I declare open the public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for the inquiry into the 2025 federal election. In accordance with the committee's resolution of 4 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the Parliament website as well. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of this committee. I now welcome Associate Professor Paul Williams to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you to the committee. My name is Dr. Paul Douglas Williams. I'm an Associate Professor at Griffith University. Today I'm speaking on my own behalf and as a political scientist, and my views don't necessarily reflect the university.
Thank you, Associate Professor. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Okay. Thanks again to the committee for inviting me. I think it's a real honour to be able to participate in these types of proceedings. I'm a passionate supporter, obviously, of the Parliament and the electoral process. So I'm not sure whether if everyone's got access to the document that I only uploaded this morning. I emailed it to the committee chair this morning, so I'm not sure how much of it you've read or if you've got it open in front of you, but I'm not going to bore you by reading it point by point. I will go through a few of the points, but an important caveat, what I'm about to say probably isn't news to any of you. You're all experienced politicians. You've all heard these arguments I'm about to make before. But because they're repeated arguments doesn't necessarily weaken their importance. So the arguments I'm about to make are probably well known to you. But I am a passionate supporter of maintaining the status quo of 3-year parliamentary terms for the House of Representatives for a number of reasons, which I'll go into. That does make Australia an outlier, and New Zealand as well. Most countries have 5 or 4-year terms, and only 6 countries have 3-year terms. And a big argument, so let's go into some of the arguments why 4-year terms is advocated. One of them, of course, is that it will bring us into line internationally. But you would have heard this to the point it's become folklore, that 4-year terms would give governments more time to actually govern, that the 3-year cycle, the first year is bedding down a legislative agenda, establishing relations with the fourth estate and so on. The second year is the only year of governance, and the third year is preparation with electoral matters, campaigning, public relations. I've never bought that argument, and we know that the Gillard minority government was a flurry of activity, and we know that the last year in 2024, the Albanese government passed 140 bills, including 30 right at the end. So I think it's a bit of a furphy that the first and third years are not hives of activity. I think that they are, and I don't think that argument stands up to scrutiny that only the second year of a parliament is worthy of legislative activity. The second argument is more about why I defend flexible parliamentary terms. I'm not a fan of fixed parliamentary terms, but the big argument for fixed parliamentary terms is obviously to remove the expediency or opportunity of an incumbent Prime Minister of calling an election at a time when their party or themselves is riding high in the opinion polls. This is certainly the case in 1955 when Robert Menzies called an early election to capitalise on Labor's anti-communist sentiment or split. And again, Bob Hawke in 1984 called an early election to capitalise on his own popularity. And yes, I have to concede that expediency does sound unfair, but the point is that both major party blocs, Labor and the Coalition, both enjoy this advantage at different times. So the advantage, in my view, is neutralised, and that in itself is not a good enough reason to remove the flexibility of a Prime Minister being able to call an election at their behest and being the sole person responsible for the calling of the election. You know, it really is a legacy of the English Civil War and the reforms of 1688 that it empowers the Parliament and the First Minister of that Parliament, of that Cabinet. Another argument is, of course, to bring Australia in line with the states. I'll talk about that further. Another argument is that the business community likes stability and it likes certainty, and that's true. For investment decisions, the business community does not like the prospect of hung parliaments or elections mid-term that might change prime ministers and governments unexpectedly. But again, I would argue that the business community has prospered quite well for 125 years under 3-year unfixed terms, and there's no hard evidence, or at least I haven't seen any hard evidence, that a 4-year fixed term would increase certainty of business investment. Now, the most impressive argument for 4-year terms, a very hard one to negate, is the fact that it is popular. The recent Australian election study by Sarah Cameron and others of Griffith University found that 42% of Australians this year approve of 4-year terms. That's one of the highest, if not the highest, I've ever seen. 30% are opposed and 28% are of no opinion. However, that's a plural majority, not an absolute majority. So many of those of no opinion may plump for no change. We know that people who are uncertain in referenda do plump for no change. What are some reasons why people might be moving towards 4-year terms? It might be that the last parliament was a hive of electoral activity. We had the referendum as well as various state and two federal elections in 3 years. And a lot of Australians do feel that the act of voting itself is something onerous, that they've got to take their kids to sport on a Saturday morning. That's why pre-poll voting is so popular, that it's one less thing they have to do on a Saturday. And as outrageous as it might sound to us, but there's some Australians who think, goodness me, I don't like to vote. So that might be one. There's also about the idea of playing politics. In Queensland, unexpectedly, the 4-year term got up in the 2016 referendum, despite the fact that it lost in 1991, despite the fact we don't have a legislative council, so it gave the government an extra year of unchecked accountability. And the reason was the very precise moment that as Queensland had the 2016 referendum is that Malcolm Turnbull was seen, I'm not saying this is true, but this is the perception, was perceived to be playing politics around election timing himself. And that seemed to annoy a lot of people. And that probably pushed people into a small majority support for that referendum. So let me quickly go into the reasons why I think we should keep the 3 years. One is I believe in the sovereignty of the Parliament and am always wary of too much executive authority. We've already seen over the years a growth in executive authority, the growth in regulation, ordinance, subordinate legislation, ministerial directives. But we must remember Australia remains a parliamentary democracy, and we do have a sovereign parliament checked only by the High Court, not as sovereign as the British Parliament, but the sovereignty of the Parliament is designed to supersede the sovereignty of the executive. And I see 4-year terms as a double-edged sword. Yes, cabinets can enjoy freedom to govern for an extra year, but that freedom can sometimes turn into hubris and can extend executive arrogance. We see this often, and again, I'm a Queensland political scientist, so I see it most in Queensland from both sides of politics. A second reason that I'm worried about extending the term of Parliament is that Australians still mistrust government and political institutions. That trust has improved a few percentage points in recent years, but 68% of Australians do not trust politics and politicians, and only 32% say they can trust their local MP. Now, my argument is, and I know this conflicts with the view that 42% want 4-year terms, but my view is that if people are suspicious, and they are, and they're not just sceptical of politicians, they're cynical. If we have an unpopular or patently bad government, and you've got very suspicious, conspiracy-minded types of people who feel that their opportunity to vent their electoral spleen is too far away, they may engage in anti-democratic or at least anti-social protest behaviours, up to and including violence. So the more opportunity we give voters to express their electoral distaste for an incumbent government, the better. That is my operating principle. So more frequent elections is a better democracy, is my operating principle. The third argument, which can be mitigated by perhaps some tinkering around the Constitution, is that lengthening the term of the House would necessarily lengthen the term of the Senate, and notwithstanding the fact that New South Wales and South Australia have 8-year terms for legislative councillors, I think a lot of Australians would balk at the idea of 8-year terms for senators for the same reasons I've just talked about there. And lastly, and this is perhaps the least discussed and most difficult to understand reason why I support 3-year terms, is that it's sometimes a good thing that Canberra does things differently from the states. That is one of the hallmarks of a federal system, that we have a countervailing force, a counterbalance. We don't really, is it really in our interest if Canberra and the states do everything identically? The big argument is that we need to bring Canberra in line with the states, 4-year fixed terms. I'm not sure that's in the spirit of federalism. Sometimes it's a good thing that Canberra and the states are at odds because it is a balance of interests. I know that Gough Whitlam, for example, wanted to hold local, state and federal, I believe, if my history serves me well, I understand that Gough Whitlam at one time floated the idea of having local, state and federal elections, including for both houses of state and federal parliament, held on the same day. I'm not sure that's a good idea because it could lead to flavour of the month politics. And that's one reason why we have a proportional representation system in the Senate. You don't necessarily want the flavour of the month winning the House and the flavour of the month cleaning out the Senate as well. It's a good idea that we have what we call points of conflict, sites of conflict in Parliament, in Australian politics, including the Parliament. So in short, I think it's healthy that Canberra and the states sometimes do politics differently. I'll move very quickly to say I am a great supporter of expanding the House of Representatives, and I won't bore you with the stats there, but in 1984 we had about 67,000 voters per member. Today we've got about 120,000. If we were to use the 1984 formula, we'd have to blow out the House to 268 members. Now, nobody in Australia is going to accept that. So my argument would be to have an ongoing benchmark at further redistributions going forward, aim to have 100,000 voters, 100,000 voters per member, per seat. And if we use that formula today, that would increase the House substantially, but not drastically, not unwisely, to 180 seats, an increase of 30. And I think that figure would be more publicly accepted because it's been 40 years since our most significant increase. However, this creates a constitutional problem. Section 24, the nexus provision, would mean that the Senate would have to increase to 88 seats in order to be half the size of the House of Representatives, which in turn lowers the quota to be elected. And I know that this is a problem. I'm not a great fan of low quotas. I'm not a great fan of, at state level, for example, the whole of a state voting as one electorate to elect a legislative council. I think the quota should be kept at a reasonable level in order to remove or keep out the most extreme fringe dwellers from Australian politics. So I know this is outside the scope of the committee, but I would love to see Australia revisit the 1967 referendum question where we tried to break the nexus. I think we need to remove the nexus between the House and the Senate. But again, if it didn't win in '67, when Australia was all very buoyed by the First Nations referendum, it's hardly going to succeed today. But that is my firm view, that Australia needs to break Section 24. Very quickly, I'm sorry to belabor the point. I have just a couple of points to make about reform of safety. I did actually make a submission, I think it was to a state parliamentary committee years ago, where I did flag then the potential for increased violence and acrimony at polling stations because party workers were increasingly setting up camp outside polling booths earlier and earlier. Now, this is before pre-poll voting, but it's people setting up at 5 p.m. on the Friday afternoon, and that only increases. And if they pilfer 90% of a school fence, that's going to create antipathy by other campaign workers. So it needs to be systematised, it needs to be regulated, and I think it needs to be mandated in legislation about exactly how long, how many metres of bunting, how many call flutes can be displayed, that type of thing. And also in terms of party workers, we did see an ugly incident in the Hinchinbrook by-election in Queensland, unfortunately. No violence, fortunately, but certainly, again, not in the spirit of Australian democracy. I think it's necessary that booth captains or candidates supply names of approved and registered campaign workers to returning officers, and that only those people be allowed to work on polling stations, and maybe even having the Christian name of a party worker on a shirt, so that if there is any untoward behaviour, that person might be more easily identified. I don't have great fears. I don't think Australia is going to go down the American path of the type of violence, but there's no doubt we are seeing a more polarised community, and we are seeing more scuffles at polling stations, which is deeply unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Williams. Members, we've got a pretty tight timeline, so we'll just, if we can, we'll try and keep it to one question, as will I, but we'll have a little bit of flexibility to push into the break as we go on. On expanding Parliament, I'll ask you one or two questions about this, Professor Williams. Do you think population growth is enough of a reason to push for a Parliament expansion?
It is for people like you and me,
sure,
because we know.
Yeah.
But it's not for the elector in the pub. It doesn't necessarily pass the pub test. And I think I did sort of say, amusingly, that if you mention it at a barbecue, you'll be shouted down. Yeah. I don't get asked too many barbecues anymore.
Can you think of any reasons that would pass the pub test or the barbecue test?
When you explain to them that, didn't you just complain to me last week that you can never get hold of a politician? Yeah. Didn't you just say that you only see politicians at election time? Don't you think more representation would be better representation? Wouldn't you like to be able to get an appointment any time you email your politician? That's the sort of argument I found is very useful. So I think it depends how you frame, but you're quite right. The first thing people say is politicians are overpaid, underworked, and there's too many of them. As a matter of fact, politicians should work for free. I've had people say that to me. And then you have to explain to them, well, only millionaires would be able to be in Parliament. Oh, I never thought of that. So if you explain it, I think you can win them over on the population argument. That more equals better representation.
Okay, I'll come back if we've got time. Deputy Chair.
I'll try and combine my three questions into one. I've got so many questions. I'll go to a different topic, but similarly related. You talked about a threshold for entry. So the increase in the Senate would reduce the threshold from 16.7 to 14.3 if it went to 14. So do you think there is a reasonable balance for Senate representation? So I'm curious about where you think a reasonable threshold for entry might be. Yeah. What is a reasonable balance for Senate representation across the size of the Senate and the perspective on the territories, because you leave the territories at 2 in your submission?
As far as I'm aware, the territory, I'm not an expert on territory politics, but the territory populations don't seem to be exploding. So at this point, I would suggest that 2 senators for each territory is probably still sufficient. But I think the 14.3 threshold we've got for a half Senate election today is about right. It's low enough to include genuine minor parties, I think. And now that we've cleaned up the loophole that the preference whisperer had, I think and numbering 6 squares across the top of the ballot paper, I think has sorted that out somewhat. It's still not perfect. You talk to people like Malcolm McCarris, and he still doesn't think that's perfect. So I think the 14.3% or 7.7% of double dissolution is about right. 7.7 is too low, but hey, that's what comes with the double dissolution. You just have to put up with it. I think if it drops to it dropped to 12.5 with 14 senators, which is 6.25 for a double dissolution, I think that's getting dangerously low. And, I've had many people ask to me, how did this person get elected? Especially when they look at their personal vote. They might only get something like 40 votes below the line, and they've been elected on a small threshold.
That was good at Tassie.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Associate Professor Williams, for joining us. My question actually relates to your submission around polling booth reforms. So we've heard a lot of evidence on the committee about antisocial behaviour, growing angst on polling booths. You've got a couple of suggestions there around signage, around limiting the time when signage can be erected and the amount of signage, but also around registering volunteers and name tags. Could you just talk about the Queensland Parliament experience around the limiting of signage? That was obviously a reform that came in.
To be honest, I don't think... it's been a long time since I've looked at that legislation. Yeah. So I'm not sure if it has actually been mandated in the Act. It has?
Yeah.
It has, right. Okay. Well, you know more about it than I, but yes.
So, yeah, because at the moment, it's on the day of the election. I think it's at sunrise.
On the polling day.
So it can be 5 or 6 a.m. Signage is allowed to go up, and there's only 2 signs per entry. And A-frames and bunting has been made illegal in Queensland under those changes, and some other states have moved that way as well. So interesting that there was an incident at Hinchinbrook by-election that you mentioned, and whether or not that's helped. But we have heard a bit of evidence around sort of influxes of volunteers at polling booths, that people sort of don't know who they are or where they've come from, and they're wearing shirts, etc. So I'm quite interested in your recommendation around registering volunteers, because the party themselves obviously have a list of who's who coming to the pre-poll or the polling booth and their numbers, but the AEC doesn't. And I'm quite interested in the concept of providing that information to the AEC and registering volunteers, and then perhaps the next step of a name badge is, I suppose people will have a different view about that, but just invite you to make a few more comments there.
Well, I haven't thought through all the logistics of it, but in an extreme form, there might even be background checks, if the people who might be, I know that's sort of infringing on people's right to participate in the democratic process, but if we ever got into an era where we do have violence every election day, obviously that would be a requirement. But I think it would just send the right message that, for political parties, make sure you're only, choosing people who represent you well and that you can trust. If they know that these names are going to be scrutinised, if they know that these names are going to be not just among party members but among returning officials and the ECQ in Queensland or the AEC Australia, I just think it formalises the process, and if it's formal, it tends to make people behave a little better. That's just
anonymity away from
being
a person in a particularly coloured shirt.
We've all heard about busloads of people being bussed in to do all sorts of things, and that's not a new phenomenon. That happened in the 1980s. But I just think it formalises it, and it keeps everyone on their best behaviour.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Ryan?
Thank you. I'm interested in your thoughts around how we can successfully prosecute changes to the Constitution via referenda, given that that's something which traditionally, unless there's bipartisan support, has proved very difficult in Australia.
Yeah, that's a really good question. There has to be bipartisan support, no doubt. I suspect, again, you would know better than I, that I suspect that 4-year terms could be supported by, have bipartisan support. I suspect that most politicians would like 4-year terms for the lower house, because campaigning can be onerous. It's expensive and it's onerous, especially summer elections, traipsing around in suits, etc. It's not fun. So I get it. And electors too. That's why we don't have January elections. People don't want their cricket and tennis interrupted. So it's not necessarily a fun thing for the voter. So until we get bipartisan support, there's no chance of breaking the nexus. But I think if we explain, because the first thing they would say is, if you're expanding the House, that's more politicians. I'm a great advocate of returning a legislative council to Queensland, for example. I've campaigned for years for this. And a lot of people say we don't need extra politicians. What I say is, we could actually have 3 fewer politicians. If we had 60 in the Legislative Assembly and 30 in the Legislative Council, that's actually 3 fewer than we've got now. So by selling it as we'd actually get fewer senators, or at least the Senate, at least we get no more senators than we've got now, that might be a selling point, that it's not necessarily about more politicians on the public purse. But you're quite right. I think if we did have a referendum of 4-year terms today, it probably would pass, just. If we had a referendum on breaking the nexus without a very long build-up, it probably would fail. And it would be probably a close finish, even if it had bipartisan support. Again, the Australian electorate tends to, if they don't understand, vote no. That seems to be the position. But I think that sort of referendum would be, if for example, if Anthony Albanese were considering that today, that's a referendum for the next term. It would need so much lead-up, you couldn't even have it this term. You're talking years of preparation. And yet, I think it's one of the most essential things that the Constitution is crying out for reform. And we can't do anything substantial to the House until we tackle the nexus question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Ryan. Mr. Newman?
I'm interested, Paul, in relation to truth and advertising. And I'm interested in your perspective. South Australia's got a truth and advertising arrangement.
Yes.
The AEC has always seemed to be historically a bit reluctant federally to get involved in this. I'm interested in your perspective on that and how that might change the tone of political campaigns, because certainly I think in the last campaign we saw more outrageous call flutes and billboards and signage than I've ever seen before, certainly in Queensland and certainly in my electorate. So I'm interested in what you have to say about that.
Yeah, I'm a passionate supporter of the South Australian legislation, and I think that Australia does need truth in advertising laws. I've written a couple of newspaper columns about this, and again, I don't, it's a bit like, it's a parenthood statement. It's a very brave person who says, well, I don't want truth in political advertising. You can't sell aspirin as an anti-cancer drug, and yet somehow you're allowed to sell a political, an election policy as a pro-employment policy when it's not. So I'm a great supporter of it. Whether or not it, how far it goes, obviously, is I'm not a lawyer. So exactly how do you write that bill? How far, what constitutes an untruth and what constitutes a truth? So how far you go is obviously a matter for the lawyers and a matter for the courts. Will it change the tone? I think it would. I think it would tone it down. And I don't think, yes, we've seen some egregious campaigning in the past. Again, Menzies and the anti-communism campaign of the 1950s. But it seems that it's become more egregious this the last decade or so since social media. We're to the point where it's become a water cooler topic. So I think it's, and we're only at we're still in the infancy of social media and digital communication. Imagine what it's going to be like in 20 or 50 years' time, with the proliferation of AI. I mean, it'd be very difficult for the uninformed or what we call the low information voter to be able to discriminate between fact and opinion. So I think we need to look at this sooner rather than later. I'm surprised. I mean, I think most Australians would be surprised that the states in the Commonwealth, all the states in the Commonwealth, don't have this legislation. But again, it's a matter of exactly the wording of it. What would pass the test of the High Court in terms of you don't want to infringe on political communication? We talk about political communication rather than free speech. So that's obviously a difficult one. But I think certainly it would be welcome. It would be welcome by the Australian electorate, and I think it would make. Especially because probably the biggest, not the only, but probably the biggest breaches of the spirit of truth in advertising are the fringe parties. Yes, the major parties tell porkies as well, but the fringe parties tend to use it as stock in trade. That's part of populism, exaggeration, the politics of exaggeration. And it just might encourage those parties to pull their horns in.
And the AEC is the appropriate person to supervise.
Oh, it'd have to be through the AEC, and it shouldn't be just one person. It should be a panel of lawyers to read, vetting each complaint and sieving it through the Act to see if it does breach the Act. So it couldn't even be laypersons. It needs to be a panel of lawyers, I think.
Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Newman, Mr. Caldwell.
Thanks, Associate Professor. Thanks for being here. Just in relation to the expansion of Parliament, we obviously talked and focused a lot on just the sheer numbers of it. And given that you mentioned, 68% of people don't have a great deal of faith in their politicians, etc., to go from something that would be like 120,000 per electorate to 100,000, I just did a quick back of the napkin. What's an MP cost? Could be like $1.5 to $2 million when you put it all together. I mean, do you think it becomes a very hard argument to say that there's a value for money proposition to say we're going to add 30, they're going to cost $2 million each, that's $60 million recurrent. Do you think there's a way that you could sell the value proposition outside of... Yeah.
You're quite right. If you just fronted up and said, guess what, we're increasing the size of the House by 30 members, Facebook and Twitter would melt down. So it needs to be sold in a way that the quality of representation perhaps is lacking, or not lacking is probably too strong a word. The quality of representation is at its limit, that it's strained. In that same sort of context about if you want better representation, we need more representation. This is the Australian Parliament working for you. And I often say that to people, that this is not the Parliament. The Parliament doesn't belong to the politicians; it belongs to the people. And people are very, their chest blows out about that. Oh, it's my parliament. They feel empowered. I think if you sell those two things together in a binary, it is possible. And again, politicians asking for more politicians is not going to pass the pub test. You do need authoritative third parties to say, yes, what they're saying is actually true.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Burnell.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Associate Professor. I just wanted to go back to the fixed term discussion that you opened with in your opening statement. One of the consistent issues that are met by voters is the inability to have access-friendly pre-polling and polling sites, lack of toilets for volunteers, lack of parking, creating frustrated voters, etc. So is there merit in going to a 3-year fixed term? And if not having fixed terms, what's the workaround to get better surety around location selection for both pre-polling and polling sites?
That's another good question. Thank you. I would certainly accede to 3-year fixed terms rather than 4-year fixed terms. And I think that is an eminently sellable point to the public, because it's not granting the executive another year of power, and it is removing the opportunism of the Prime Minister of the day. So I think that may well be a model that turns up, and I would certainly support that. I would that was, as my second. I'm still in favour of Prime Ministerial discretion, because I'm a political historian and I think the roots of Westminster has served as well. But if I had to concede, a 3-year fixed term would probably serve both camps well. And a big part of that might be offering the certainty of facilities around of elections. I know that electoral commissions, they white knuckle it in the days, but think, is there going to be an election called? Is there going to be an election called? And so they're on standby. It's a very difficult time for senior AEC or ECQ staff, wondering when the next election is going to be. And there's a lot of work to be done. They put in a lot of weekends to get up to speed. If it were fixed, those certainties could be taken out. They know when they're going to have to print several million ballot papers. They know when they're going to have to publish materials on the web in public information campaigns. And they know even down to the prosaic things such as getting sun shelters and portable toilets and parking spaces for pre-poll stations. So that is a very persuasive argument. And as I said, if push came to shove, I'd happily accede to 3-year fixed terms.
Thank you.
Ms. Campbell.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Williams, for giving evidence today.
My pleasure.
In terms of your advocacy for the expansion of the Parliament, I wanted to ask what you thought the impact of that kind of structural reform would have on the diversity of the Parliament. Certainly, whether you believe it would be more or less reflective of what our community looks like today, but also in terms of diversity, what impact do you think that the regulatory changes that you're suggesting around volunteers would have on participation?
Yeah, really good questions, thank you. The expansion of the House would not in itself and of itself increase diversity. We know that MPs and senators are pre-selected, so parties act as gatekeepers in terms of providing their own diversity. However, an expanded Parliament does at least offer the opportunity for increased diversity, simply because you can imagine that the hullabaloo if you were saying we're going to shrink the House of Representatives by 30 members. What a bun fight there would be for the remaining seats. And those perhaps who might be seen as other Australian, not outside someone who looks like an MP, they might struggle to keep their foothold in the legislature. So it certainly offers the opportunity, but ultimately we know that the parties are the gatekeepers to who represents them in the diversity. I take your point also about regulation around party campaign workers on polling day and on booths. For example, it could, and not necessarily, but it could impact, for example, the differently abled. But it shouldn't have to. It could, but it shouldn't have to. So people who perhaps might be partially sighted or have difficulties walking, if there are certain restrictions around what requirements of duties, that might, but I think that's probably at the margins. I think that's probably pushing the envelope a little bit too much. So it shouldn't, ought to. Again, yeah, I don't think the regulation in and of itself would restrict diversity of party workers, and certainly the expansion of the parliament wouldn't necessarily. It offers the opportunity, but it's up to the parties to seek diversity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. We might have some questions on notice. The Deputy Chair just wanted to ask, or you'll put something in writing.
No, I'll just ask a quickly, and if you take it on notice, you've come up with a number of 100,000. I'm curious to know where that number comes from, if there's any globally.
I think it would be a saleable number, because it's a round number. It's a saleable number.
In a retail sense.
You could sell it to the public.
I get that, but you've obviously looked at electoral systems globally. Are there any comparisons that we could make? And
It's slightly larger than the British seat, but obviously they have 459. So it's larger than the British constituency. But yeah, it is an arbitrary figure that I picked, but it's 100,000 would be a sellable number, I think.
So in terms of what's manageable for an MP, is there anything that's out there that might be of use?
That's a good question. No, I haven't researched that in terms, but I do make the point that I think it would be a very hard case to prosecute that we need to go back to 67,000 when telecommunications are much more efficient today than they were in 1984. So I think I settled on 100,000 not just because it's a round figure that's sellable, but it's a midpoint between 84 and today.
I've just got one question on notice for you. You mentioned that violence and polarisation was not in the spirit of Australian democracy. I'd love it if you could spend some time defining what the spirit of Australian democracy is, right, from your point of view. Like, just provide a...
Whole books have been written on that.
Yeah, just to provide a... Don't need the answer now, because that might take a while, but...
Spirit of cricket.
Yeah, that's right. Just curious to see, what is it that we're trying to protect here, right, from your point of view?
Yeah, my 8-second soundbite would be, really, it's that Australians still believe in the fair go. And, it's just, for example, the fact that you read on Facebook and elsewhere people saying, I don't like Anthony Albanese, I really don't, but I wish him well in his marriage. That's the most common comment. You get a lot of trolls who are saying nasty things about Anthony Albanese and his new wife, but a lot of people are saying, I don't like Anthony Albanese, I don't vote Labor, but I wish them well. So I think that's still the core Australian spirit, that we can reach across the aisle and have a civil debate, civil discourse, and we believe in a fair go.
And you saw fractures in that?
I see cracks around. I see hairline cracks. Yep. It's not fractured yet, but I see hairline cracks.
Okay. Thank you, Associate Professor. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward to the Secretariat by Friday the 9th of January 2026. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you for inviting me.
Members, if you do have any further questions, I think we've got 7 days for questions on notice that can be emailed through the Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting me.
I now welcome Mr. Travis Jordan to give evidence today. Thank you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Travis Jordan, and I'm appearing in my personal capacity.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. Giving a false and misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement, potentially not the 70-odd pages that you gave in your very detailed submission, but a brief opening statement so we can ask a few more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank the committee for their invitation to give evidence today. Speaking of many pages, since I provided my submission, I've actually expanded on some of those issues into subsequent papers, which I'm happy to table. All these papers build on the idea that we have collectively neglected innovating on, expanding and entrenching our successful representative democracy and the institutions that maintain its success. In doing so, we have diluted everyday people's voice, influence and desire to participate in those institutions. To fix representative democracy, we need to celebrate the institutions that drive it. There is real resilience in systems that centre parliaments as the central site for expressing and resolving political conflict. Until recently, it was rare to see a think tank report, government discussion paper, or even advocacy campaign talking about the connectedness between elected representatives and everyday voters, about the critical role political parties play in our electoral democracy, and the role active political participation, embodied, for example, in the ritual of election day, has in maintaining social cohesion. These issues were forgotten for some good reasons. Our institutions have stood the test of time, and even now, amid growing illiberalism, demagoguery and populism in other like democracies, Australia remains stable, strong and liberal. The cracks, however, are showing. Like those other democracies, trust in our democracy is slipping. This is especially true of younger people, a ticking demographic clock for our democracy. The wider the gulf grows between everyday representatives, their parties and everyday people, the bigger the risk that we start on the same slide away from high-trust democracy we've seen globally. Thinking about Parliament is the first step. We acknowledge that the value of people's votes are too dilute in the House, and that it makes being a good representative harder, it makes connecting with voters harder, and it makes malapportionment worse. To that end, in my submission, I modelled 5 futures for this Parliament, projecting out population growth for the next 40 years, roughly the time, if history is anything to go by, that we'll be having this discussion again. These models let us predict just when we'll be having discussions around workload, disconnection and voter distance that triggered this review, and the same ones that triggered the reviews in 1948 and 1983. It's also worth noting at this point that neither of those expansions were bipartisan. So the lack of will from the opposition or the potential for this necessary reform to be weaponised at the next election should not be a reason to delay it. In the interest of avoiding that exact fight in another 40 years, I proposed a legislative mechanism to automatically increase the size of Parliament in line with population growth, such that the constitutionally guaranteed 5 seats for Tasmania will never again cause malapportionment in the House. But Parliament is just the first step. Restoring voice and participation in our institutions cannot stop at the ballot box. That's why I explore 4 other policy directions in my paper that recenter people in the rest of our political institutions and rebuild trust in our democracy. They might seem too bold for how early in the crisis we find ourselves, but our strong institutions create exactly the conditions for us to experiment. We shouldn't use our privileged position as an excuse to not innovate, but see it as our duty to use the advantages to test innovations that other countries more vulnerable to political disruption can't. We can take risks others can't afford to, and we have a moral obligation to do so. I would like to briefly touch on the question that has already been raised around knock-on effects on staffing and budgets from any parliamentary expansion. Whether it's from salaries, new officers, the cost of conducting additional elections, or even remodelling the parliament itself, any expansion will have significant budgetary effects. The PBO estimated that each new MP or senator costs around $1.9 million each per year, based on existing office expenses, staffing allocations and discretionary budgets. But maintaining the status quo also costs money. The additional staffing resource granted to MPs in 2023 cost nearly $40 million a year, equivalent to 21 more politicians with a full staffing complement and office. These complex workforce questions, however, are best dealt with by people other than those of us who are interested in the conduct of elections themselves, and should be deferred to an independent inquiry separate from politicians. That's why, in my submission, I recommend the questions around staffing allocations be managed by the Independent Remuneration Tribunal, a power that they used to have. Given they're the body that most routinely conducts reviews of MPs' workloads and comparisons with other jurisdictions in the private sector, in order to decide their pay and entitlements, they're best placed to consider these factors in relation to staffing and budgets too, both right now and after any expansion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Again, really appreciate the amount of time and effort you've put into your submission. You mentioned, as part of the composition of Parliament section, increasing the size of Parliament and its impact on rural electorates. Could you just expand on that? Would you see it as a benefit for rural electorates, a hindrance? Yeah.
This is a repeated theme we see both at federal, state and even in local councils, is that populations of our urban centres are growing significantly faster than rural and regional areas. Some regional cities are growing at a reasonable rate, but especially rural areas like Western Queensland aren't. there was a risk, for example, in the current Queensland redistribution that one of the 4 very rural large electorates may be abolished, effectively disenfranchising a large proportion of rural voters. It also means they have no effective community of interest, because what does someone in Blackall have in common with someone in Townsville? In that sense, we're dealing with these electorates that have 180,000 potentially people in them. In rural areas, that could be half the state, if not more. When the point of the House is to provide local representation and to bring local issues and idiosyncrasies to Canberra, an MP isn't able to do that if they're representing such a large geographic area that they can't even physically get around the electorate. Bob Katter famously has a pilot's license for that reason. So in that sense, yes, I think any sort of expansion would improve things for rural electorates, but the caveat being there's no sign that their population shifts towards urban areas is going to decline or change over time. So this issue will re-emerge in only a few years if we don't make a significant change in the number of MPs.
And you touched on some of the rural seats sort of being diluted by the city suburbs, where perhaps a lot of landmass of the seat would be in rural and regional Australia, but the population sort of in one corner. Do you think it's important that the Parliament seek to maintain, I guess, representation from areas that are more defined in terms of their being rural, regional, urban, peri-urban? Like, is that sort of mixture a better form of representation?
I'm not necessarily on favour of a hard border, but that being said, there is a point where people in different geographies have different priorities, and there is a risk, especially in majoritarian single-member districts that we have in the House, that you end up with a larger portion of your electorate, whether those are the regional areas being diluted by the peri-urban and suburban areas of a nearby regional city, or the flip side, if you only have a few of those suburbs included in a large rural area, that those suburban voters would feel disenfranchised by a very rural-focused MP.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Colbeck, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. I'm a little bit interested in the same thing. I mean, an increase in the size of the Parliament really, because it's based on population, is actually going to concentrate representation into urbanised areas. Is that further, which would further disenfranchise regional Australia, because that's where the population is. So how do you actually balance that?
I think there's a risk that it might happen anyway. If we don't increase Parliament and we see continued urbanisation, then these rural seats will become more and more diluted by the suburbs of cities.
Disappear, I suppose.
So there's a risk entirely that they'll disappear and there'll be no representation for rural areas.
So just going to the question that I asked the previous witness is, do you think that there is either a spatial or a numerical voter quota that provides the best outcome in a democratic sense?
I think as a broad principle, we should be aiming to preserve one vote, one value between jurisdictions to avoid malapportionment. So Tasmania, I obviously use as the benchmark in my submission. But we also want to ideally balance that somewhat over time to avoid people feeling like their vote's being devalued. There was a very robust study in 2023. It's called On the Optimal Size of Assemblies. It was a descriptive study that compared hundreds of assemblies around the world at a national and subnational level, both federal and bicameral jurisdictions. And it controlled for those to work out whether there is a natural inclination for assemblies to grow. And what it found that over time, on average, the number of elected representatives in any given parliament grows at a rate of around 42% of population growth, which the implication means that higher populations overall tend towards higher population to representative ratios. To give you an example, Australia's population has grown by roughly 70% since the last expansion. So by this descriptive metric, you'd expect Parliament to have grown by about 30% by now to follow that 48-52 split. which is effectively the third future I've modelled the Hawke-Beazley reforms, the third of the five. But it's also worth noting that's off a much higher base population in 1983, even among bicameral federal jurisdictions. So while that is a descriptive tendency to increase, we would still, if we followed that increase now, still be underrepresented by global standards according to this study.
Good. Senator Bahalan.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Jordan, for joining us today. I just want to come to your 5 scenarios modelling a potential increase to the Parliament, and then you've landed on the recommendation around subsequently growing House of Representatives from 150 members to 222. So that would be thereabouts about a 50% increase for the House, and then increasing the number of senators from 12 per state to 18, and the number of territory senators from 2 to 3. And I know that you sort of go through a range of scenarios, talking about one vote, one value, the Tasmanian rule. One of the pieces of evidence we have consistently heard through this inquiry has been the challenge, particularly in a comparison between population in the ACT and population in Tasmania. And I apologise to my Tasmanian colleague on the the committee. And I suppose my question is, in moving from 2 to 3 as sort of the recommended position that you've landed on, looking at all those scenarios, we're still in a situation where the ACT has a population just over 450,000, and Tasmania has a population of 581,000, sort of a minimal increase from 2 to 3 in ACT. We've got 18 down in Tasmania and then 3 in the ACT. Obviously, the Constitution has a view about the State's House, etc. Could you talk me through that conundrum and what your thoughts are around the different, that's sort of the main example we get is Tasmania versus ATT, and some concerns about disparity in representation.
Yeah, of course. I mean, in the first instance, the design in the Constitution of the Senate means we're never going to avoid the malapportionment between states. Simply put, Tasmania has never and shows no inclination to grow at the same rate as the rest of the country. So there's always going to be this problem, which is why I suggest the mechanism. I settled on 3 because that's what the last committee recommended. My personal view is 3 is too low for the reasons that Ben Rowie goes into quite a lot of detail around competitiveness of the elections. That being said, I think for a very novel alternative, the 2 territories together equal roughly the population of Tasmania, and there's suggestion based on the ABS population projections that they'll overtake together Tasmania in only a few years. Potentially, you could apportion senators, or at least a half Senate allocation between the territories based on their proportionate population. So in that sense, you would essentially have 5 senators for ACT and 4 for Northern Territory if you expanded to 18, for example, senators. Or the same token, 4 for the ACT and 3 for the Northern Territory if you expanded to 14. That is an alternative way of doing this. I have no strong opinions other than I believe territory voters should have competitive Senate elections. And that broadly our elections should reflect the diversity of those preferences, which very small magnitudes, whether that's single member in the House or whether that's 2 members in an ACT election, doesn't effectively capture the diversity of the opinions of the electorate and the priorities therein.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Ryan?
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, do you have any thoughts around the questions we were asking earlier around referendum or referenda, and whether or not the potential for success of a referendum regarding the length of terms?
My personal view on length of terms is I don't believe there's compelling reason to have 4-year terms. So personally, I'd probably campaign against in a referendum. That being said, the public opinion polling and research we've seen suggests that people are broadly sympathetic to the idea that longer terms allow for better governance. Again, I've not seen a lot of compelling evidence that that's the case. I agree with Professor Williams that more elections are better in terms of giving voters an opportunity to kick out people they feel aren't performing well. I would also say that, as others have discussed, a 3-year fixed term is doable without a referendum. The Prime Minister could decide today to announce when the next election is, and set a precedent for future Prime Ministers to announce on the day after the election when the next one will be. That's entirely within the realm of possibility. And as, again, Ben Rowie has shown in his blog, that the frequency with which we have irregular elections, elections that don't fall within the regular pattern of when we have them, has diminished over time to the point where we practically have 3-year fixed terms already. We just do it informally.
Interesting. Thank you.
Mr. Newman.
You talk about in page 41 fewer people joining political parties, but political participation levels might have dropped off in terms of people's participation in political parties, but political activity maintains at the same level. I mean, we still have local, state and federal elections, still have 150 people in the House of Representatives and similar number in half the number in the Senate. What's the implications, therefore, of the drop-off in political participation in political parties to what happens on polling booths and participation in activities? I mean, can I just make this point? People who join political parties, particularly the major political parties, often get really trained, schooled. This is what you have, scrutiny is schooled. This is how you operate. And we see that with long-term independents as well, who crossbenchers who've been there a while, and they have systems in places to train up their staff. This is how you behave, this is what you wear, this is what you do. What do you think the implications of our political discourse it is for the decline in political representation and involvement in political parties?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually go into a lot of detail in a piece about rebuilding Australia's political parties and like reconnecting everyday voters.
And is there a link to citizenship education? And
these things are all connected. I would say the most direct connection is that the research we have on the reason people don't join political parties is the same as the reason they feel like they don't get a say at elections, which is they feel like they don't have a voice, that their say doesn't influence the outcome. So whether that is joining the political party or casting a vote, that is overwhelmingly a feeling for why people don't participate or feel like the participation was wasted. On the discourse question, I would say that, I'll see if I can dig up the quote. There's a former Liberal senator way back in the early 90s who had this quote around the only people who join political parties these days are the careerists and the weirdos. There is a risk that if we become more and more disconnected from everyday people, whether that is activists or members, then we become I don't want to adopt a term inappropriately, an echo chamber where we reinforce each other's worst behaviours because we're seeking an objective that is out of step with community expectations. I think that's a bigger risk the further away from the central authority of the party you get, because obviously MPs are very connected with their electorates. But if you go down to the grassroots, especially in insurgent campaigns where there isn't maybe an incumbent MP, there is a risk that the campaign is led by people who maybe don't represent the common values locally, and that the campaign will take on a distasteful flavour.
And the link to citizenship education?
I think there is a space for civics education. There's a space for civics education lifelong. I think that's one of the things that the last inquiry maybe missed a little bit was in schools is important, but there's a lot of people who you all experienced it, and maybe their last time they engaged with civics education was 20 or 30 years ago, and so maybe their idea of how voting works is out of step, or the idea of what's allowed on booths is out of step with what the election is. Obviously, we're all political nerds. We all know what the different rules around the different elections are. That isn't commonly known from average voters, nor really should they be expected to. I make the case elsewhere in my submission that broadly we should be aligning rules between jurisdictions because it makes things more tractable to voters. And it reduces that feeling of dissonance where we came to the Queensland example before where we had 3 elections in 18 months. Each of those 3 elections had wildly different rules around signage, around booth behaviour, the different third parties were involved. But for a lot of voters, they understood the difference between the levels of government. They didn't understand the difference of rules between elections. And that can make election day feel uncomfortable and unpleasant for them. I will take this opportunity to briefly comment on the hostility generally on booths, if that's all right. Yeah. I'm cautious, and I raise this in my submission, about how much an impact regulating to restrict 1 or 2 very bad actors will have on the vast majority of good actors. I think it's a very hard balance to strike. But that being said, a lot of the noise, colour and performance on booths, even if it's overwhelming to some voters, is an important part of fostering a ritual of election day and enculturating voting as a civic responsibility, which is a very unique Australian thing. It's part of the knock-on effects of compulsory voting, is that Australians tend to see voting as a civic responsibility, not a right. Very different to how Europeans and Americans voters feel about the value of voting. And that has a big kick-on effects on social cohesion. I'd be really worried about losing that if we overcompensate the regulation to deal with these handful of bad actors. That being said, on a personal level, I booth captained those 3 elections for all of pre-poll at City Hall just down the street. So 6 weeks I saw the front lines of behaviour on booths. And I would say the usual players, parties, unions, environmental campaigns, all played nice. There was no demonstrable hostility increase with them from any other elections I've been involved with. There was one exception. A new third-party organisation emerged with various branded campaigns at a significant presence at the Queensland state election, and it grew again through the federal election. The campaigners from this organisation were incredibly hostile towards volunteers, both mine and from other organisations, including from the party they're ostensibly trying to help. And I observed them harass, berate, insult, and even inappropriately manhandle members of the public. And I understand that ours was a particularly nice booth compared to some of the ones in Melbourne and Western Sydney. I would not support the exclusion of third-party campaigns from election booths, nor any reduction of the number of volunteers allowed, when overwhelmingly other organisations are doing the right thing. But when one new organisation so blatantly breaks conventions and pushes the limits of rules, I'm sceptical that they wouldn't immediately breach something even light touch like Volunteers' Code of Conduct. Okay. There's a risk here, which is a classic problem in regulatory design, where you have a vast majority of instinctual regulation compliers, which is most political actors, and one very bad actor who's an instinctual regulation avoider. One potential avenue to explore is to require the very explicit disclosure, like authorisation requirements, for when a branded campaign is funded or delivered by another larger organisation as a way to launder or obscure the involvement of that larger organisation.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Caldwell.
Thanks. Chair. Travis, Mr. Jordan, thank you for your enthusiasm. I think it's actually incredibly refreshing for us to see someone who's as passionate about this stuff as what we are. And for being a booth captain for 3 elections, congratulations. It's a big effort. I'm also pleased you were here during the evidence that Associate Professor Williams gave, and I'm pleased that you pointed to the PBO data about the cost per MP. That's very useful, so thank you. There's obviously a significant disproportion, just on the expansion of the Parliament, the significant disproportion between those smaller states and territories. But I also worry a little bit, and I don't know whether this is a factor, that I'm from the state of Queensland, a lot of us here today are.
There's a malapportionment of Queenslanders on this.
Yeah, which is just how. It's just how I like it. It's just how I like it. But is there a chance that sort of, the voice in the House of Reps of a state flavour could start to blow out even more, even between, say, New South Wales and WA, or New South Wales and Queensland over time? Because inherently, if you reduce the number of voters, you're sort of starting to increase the number of seats in a heavily popularised state like New South Wales. Any thoughts on how that will play out over time? Just in terms of that, does that make sense? That sort of sentiment of our inherent state representation in the parliament. And I know that's supposed to be cured by the Senate, but it's not. So,
no, absolutely.
Does that make sense?
I would say that, like, historically, that sense of state solidarity was a lot stronger in both houses. It's a relative historical anomaly that we have seen a bit of a flattening in that in both houses in the last 30 or 40 years. As some members of the committee have previously been involved with discussions where a state grouping in Parliament broke with the broader consensus over an issue that affected their state. I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. One of the reasons we have the lower house and the House of Representatives is to provide local representation, and state representation is part of that. They're meant to be a connection between the culture of the local area, and that is both the seat they're in, but also the culture of the state government that they deal with. Each of us deal with different levels of government as MPs, as politicians, as political actors than colleagues in other states do. So we had more local knowledge about the issues that are affecting our state and where there are sometimes tensions between states. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that Parliament reflects that tension.
I suppose you've got the Senate as a stopgap as well. With
In
theory. That's right. Next we have Ms Campbell.
Thank you very much. I was just going to ask if you could take us through the voucher system in your proposal and how that would work, but also where a similar system or an analogous system has been in place.
Yeah, of course. I'm, again, happy to table this longer paper that explores the concept. The major jurisdiction internationally that has this approach is Seattle in the United States. Seattle's model is a bit different to what I propose. I understand Bill Brown from the Australian Institute is a proponent of the pure Seattle model. For those who aren't familiar, the Seattle model works by collecting a dedicated property tax, which then is quarantined for a fund that is then given in vouchers to residents of the city to donate to local candidates during the council election. It's a way, essentially, of changing the way campaign finance is done to give everyone a vote, but also a money vote. And they can spread that around in a way that they can't with their physical vote. My proposal is similar in design, but it goes to a different end, which is this issue around civic and political participation. Parties have declined consistently as a proportion of population for 60 years, to the point now where far less than 1% of the population are a member of a political party. This is a true trend across all aspects of civic and political life, whether that's unions or churches or civic organisations. Even participation in council elections have slightly declined in areas where that has not been compulsory. Obviously, that's attenuated by how close it is to other elections. My proposal is to set up a voucher system where everyday voters would get an opportunity to join any democratic organisation, whether it's a political party, and a campaigning vehicle for an independent, a union as a non-industrial member, get up and a generalised campaigning organisation, provided they're internally organised democratically and are committed to a broad constitutional commitment to our constitution and good democracy. My proposal is to cap that at about $60 per person on the electoral roll per year, which, assuming about 10% uptake, which is about the max we would expect in any voluntary scheme like this, is about $110 million a year, completely supplanting the current funding arrangement for political parties, which is about $52 million per year. The trade-off would be, at the moment, political parties largely receive this large amount of public funding for very little public benefit. There is a public benefit in political parties existing, but as Katz and Mayer explore in their cartel party thesis, parties will sometimes pass legislation to the benefit of themselves rather than the benefit of the everyday voters. Shocking. So this would essentially increase the amount of money that parties would get in exchange for them meeting internal governance, transparency, and democratic organisation minimums. including guaranteeing that anyone who used this scheme would get equal voting rights and opportunity to engage in policy and strategy decisions in that organisation. It would also create a dedicated opportunity to provide promotional nudges that encourages uptake in general active participation, reminders of participants to go to events, vote in elections, and take part in civic debates, because part of the obligation to have a voucher system is the obligation on the state to communicate that a voucher exists to everyday voters.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Jordan, just to clarify, you mentioned a study on the optimal size of assemblies. I'm assuming they're all in the footnotes of your... You've referred to...
I can provide that on notes.
Thank you. And just one last question from me. Your database of election day material, just to clarify, would that be including pre-poll as well for material to be handed out and displayed at pre-poll, or is it just election day?
I would have to double check to see what the Victorian system is. I think my suggestion would be to have effectively two separate lodgement dates. To have, like, you lodge for pre-poll, and then you can lodge later, maybe a couple of days in advance of election day for election day.
And would that would that be locked? So if you lodged for something for pre-poll, say, has to be lodged by the Friday before, that means you couldn't display anything or hand out anything else through the duration of pre-poll?
That's right.
That you would then have to lodge something else for election day?
Yeah, and there may be extenuating circumstances why you would need to change something being handed out on pre-poll. Things change in 2 weeks or potentially 3 or 4 weeks, depending on when the timeline is. But that would be an extraordinary circumstance, and up to whichever organisation is managing that database to deal with the whether that circumstance is adequate reason to change what is being handed out or not.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jordan, for your attendance. You've been asked to provide any additional information. Please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 9th of January. You may receive questions on notice from us within 7 days. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you so much for your time, not only today, but in preparing your multiple submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I now welcome Foundations for Tomorrow to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Sure. Emmy Hall, the Operations Director at Foundations for Tomorrow.
Thanks, Emmy. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to acknowledge that the inquiry does have a broad remit, so if you'll indulge me, I'm just going to focus on the opportunity to review potential for fixed-term parliamentary terms. As discussed, I am representing Foundations for Tomorrow. We're an independent, youth-driven non-profit working to embed long-term intergenerational thinking into Australia's governance and civic life. Over the last 5 years, we've convened the Parliamentary Group for Future Generations and chaired the Intergenerational Fairness Coalition, a group of 30-plus organisations advocating for long-term thinking in governance. Our mission is to equip Australian leaders to think beyond electoral cycles, making strategic investments to build thriving communities, environment and an economy for generations to come. Right now we can see Australia is facing really complex challenges: cost of living pressures, environmental concerns, housing shortages and mental and physical health issues. Our policy and governance systems are struggling to respond effectively to long-term challenges. Short-term political incentives often outweigh generational outcomes. Reform stalls, civic trust erodes, and these inequities deepen. Without structural change to embed intergenerational fairness and shared accountability, these pressures are likely to intensify and the cost of inaction will continue to grow. So if we consider how can Australia structurally reduce short-termism in politics and create the conditions for governments to plan and act with a longer-term perspective, we believe that Australia should adopt 4-year fixed-term federal elections as a key electoral reform by providing stability in democratic systems, fixed 4-year terms reduce the strategic manoeuvring around election timing and limit the political opportunism, and allow governments to concentrate on long-term reforms and policy implementation that the Australian people want them to. Currently, around 3 out of every 10 years are effectively lost to this campaigning rather than productive policy work. Fixed 4-year terms would offer greater certainty and support a sustained focus on the enduring outcomes. And the experience in Queensland shows us this. Queensland's move to fixed 4-year terms reduced opportunities for snap elections, removed the power of the government of the day to set the election dates, and enabled a longer-term view in policy development and project delivery. And this was a bipartisan effort, and as the former Palaszczuk government emphasised, fixed-term elections provide more time to implement policy, greater stability and a clearer focus on long-term outcomes rather than perpetual campaigning. By embedding stability into Australia's democratic structures, we can make better decisions, rebuild public trust and ensure the choices we make today safeguard the prosperity and well-being of future generations. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Emmy. I'm aware of your group, Foundations for Tomorrow, and the Parliamentary Friendship Group, a real focus on young people and their voices and their needs. We've heard evidence that young people are disengaged with politics, and I mean that's not a new phenomenon. Do you think that that disengagement is increasing?
I think there's a difference. I don't think young people are disengaged in the political process, but I think they're not engaging in the way we have previously seen or in the cycles that Parliament expects them to. I think young people today are deeply engaged in the issues that they care about and are very vocal about what that is and what they want to do about it. But I think the missing piece is the civic engagement loop into the existing parliamentary structures that we have today and bringing them into the journey with us, or having a different approach to how we engage and consider the voices of young people.
So more the structure of our system isn't reflecting action on the issues that young people care about.
Yeah, and I think there is a bit of that distrust in, I keep talking, and where's the action? I think there probably is a bit of a twofold effect in that civic engagement and understanding, I guess, long-term views. These are long-term issues. They don't have an overnight fix, and I do think that is some of the challenges that is for us as civil society to work with young people to understand that long-term effect on creating meaningful change, but also, well, what are the existing avenues that young people can be brought into within Parliament that we can enable them to access better. But I think because that lack of trust or lack of shared accountability where they see themselves as part of the system is what we can work to achieve, which we could do through, I guess, better shared values of creating this culture of what is the Australia we want to see, which is a core focus of our work into next year, and how do we bridge that gap together to, I guess, create more connected communities who understand each other as well.
Okay, and do you think that the main cause of that distrust is that disconnection between issues young people see as important and either a lack of action or a perceived lack of action at the elected level?
Yeah, I think yes, I agree. And probably this lack of understanding of the other avenues where they can participate, and it's not just attending a protest, or it's not just putting your nut to the cup up on your Instagram. What are the other avenues where your local MP is asking you to come and speak to them and have your voice heard, or participate in a survey or a petition or whatever the other avenues are? And I think it's that could be a missing piece, that they're not understanding is an option for them.
Okay. Deputy Chair.
Okay. Trying to work out how to connect what you've just been talking about into the broader electoral system, because I think it's an important piece for us to consider as part of this process. And so while you're looking at, say, a fixed 4-year term, which is what you're considering, does that consider some of the other things that would be taken away from our democratic process in going down that path? So, rarely used provisions, but the fact that the Parliament has primacy with its numbers in relation to executive government, but taking the process to fixed terms actually then limits the primacy of the Parliament over the executive. How do you see that might work with what you're proposing? Because that, well, in my view, the primacy of the Parliament over the executive would be an important part in the overall creation of perception of trust and engagement if the Parliament no longer has that capacity, and it also is a limiting factor on the behaviour of an executive government.
Thank you for the question. I think, to be honest, it's probably outside of scope of the detail of what we've considered, but I do think that potentially some of the lack of this trust and erosion of, I guess, the social contract that the Australian or young Australians have with politicians is that it is very clear in the year before a potential election, the whole year, that there's potential for just this spruiking of, campaign ideas, and it's felt very deeply, and I think that is part of the problem why we're seeing a wider mistrust between young people and the system of government.
So a disconnect between the promise and the delivery? Or the reality?
The reality, and I think I think when you're having a whole year where it's just words, where people don't feel the delivery is happening, that causes a lot of cloud of judgment across the whole system. No, well, you just said last year you're doing this, and how come we're now focused over here? And so I think the prolonged effect of a potential looming campaign is what is starting to affect some of that young people engagement. I think we'll continue to see that more as the young voting bloc has, grown to be the largest we've seen. I think that will continue to grow and widen that level of disengagement.
I mean, I agree with you that the way that we as elected members engage with the various age groupings within our constituencies is important. And so, are there other factors at play, do you think, in the creation of that perception with respect to what the expectation of young people more broadly might be?
Yeah, definitely. I think the issue for young people and why they feel these issues so deeply is because everything will affect them. Like, there's not, one kind of topical theme or issue that is the only thing that will, be the cause. And so I think that's why these feelings grow so strong, because every single decision that is made, they will be the ones to take on the burden of the future impacts that have or haven't been considered, as well as how they're interconnected with other issues. And I think that's a reality, and the feelings of that. And I think, there's other mental health kind of concerns that come off that. But I think that is the key difference in how young people see and perceive and interact in this system of governance, because everything is it for them. Everything could be the make or break. Everything could be really significantly impacting their future.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Here, Dr. Ryan.
Thank you so much for your submission and for appearing here today. Can I ask you whether you have any thoughts, I know it's not covered in your submission, but around lowering the voting age and whether or not that might improve engagement of young people in the democratic process in Australia? Absolutely, yes. I think we absolutely must work towards that, and I think that would greatly change, how I think we and government interact with young people, and I think that would probably do a lot to bridge the gap in repairing that relationship between young people and the system of government too. It could, maybe because I know that I agree with you, but I know that some members of this panel don't, and many members of the public have concerns around extending the voting age to for example, 16 and 17-year-olds. Would you be able to just describe what do you think the benefits might be of doing that?
And I think as well in the previous, said this too, we're all kind of a same type of people. We had an election on my 18th birthday and I was so excited to receive a letter. I got a letter saying, Emmy, you must vote, and it's still framed in my office. So I think just acknowledging a bit of the privilege in that space here. But I think there's a difference in how we treat and see young people in that they want to be heard. They want to have their views point across. We instill this in them from a very young age, and I think you can drive from 16. I think young people have a very, as I said before, unique view on how they see the world because everything impacts them. Every decision that is made will directly relate to them and their future, and I think that is the key point. I can see, the distinctions between other minimum ages, but I think it's the difference for a young person in probably what might engage them in the political process moving forward. If they were in, high school age where they were really deeply engaged in a civic education program, as well as that aligning with the first time they can vote, I believe that would significantly improve how they then perceive the political process moving forward, because it's been a really kind of structured introduction to the political process, which should be very exciting to engage with, but I think having that added layer around it would be very beneficial. And I think it is very frustrating for young people today to feel like they are shouting in a void or talking to no one. And I think that would go a long way to improve that relationship.
Thank you. So just final question, if I may. So you'd agree that a structured, formal civics education program should ideally be in place for all
Absolutely.
senior school students in Australia?
Yeah, and I would be very cautious if that wasn't in place, if we were to also lower a voting age.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. Mr. Newman.
You referenced, the vote that Queensland made in that plebiscite to bring Queensland in line with the other states and territories. I remember it well as a Queenslander because the Queensland Chamber of Commerce and the Queensland Council of Unions both supported it and campaigned together on it. The major political parties supported it. Yet I remember being at the Ipswich Knights Football Club that night and seeing the vote got up very narrowly, having voted for it myself. But I was wondering, and I remember turning to one of my Labor colleagues there and saying, I just wonder if we had an upper house in Queensland, whether that would have got up. Because the idea of having a legislative council with an 8-year term, Queenslanders may not have voted for it. I'm just wondering about the nexus here with the Senate. You strongly support in your submission and what your evidence today about that fixed 4-year term. What do you say about the idea of an 8-year Senate there?
Yeah, and I think it is very interesting to test, what that would look like. I think, there are other states where they also have fixed terms, and Queensland was the last. I think there's a discourse in communities on what is responsible and what's reactive, and what is best for the country and long-term thinking and the best outcome for, I guess, intergenerational equity versus what will do well at the polling booth and what will how can we bring Australians along to the journey. So I guess in short, I think that the Senate should align to that and also then have a potential for an 8-year term. I do think, and I take your point, that it would be, it would take strong bipartisan support and a very clear communication with the Australian public to bring them along the journey.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
I'll just go back to Senator Mahon.
Thank you, Chair. The last federal election was the first time that we saw Gen Z and millennials outnumber the number of baby boomer voters. And what we have seen also has been a move away from voting on election day towards pre-poll and postal voting. So my question was, now that we have around 50% of the electorate are Gen Z millennial voters, are our methods of voting and our ways of voting catering for that growth in that cohort? Obviously, we haven't move to things like online voting or different we've got a little bit of telephone voting, not much online voting. Do you think that there is some room to also consider the method of voting to reflect Gen Z and millennial voters, whether it still suits them to vote on election day or pre-poll?
Yeah.
Welcome your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's clear that it's not just young people who are affecting this change on voting on polling day, and I definitely believe that there is some work to do in how can we make it an easier process or extending, pre-poll. I think, our compulsory voting system makes it, as I think the others suggested, it's a right, it's a responsibility. People are happy to go to a booth as long as they can easily walk through it, and I think people are. It's not that they don't want to do that, it's that they want to do that in an easier way. I think there is potential, of course, to look at other online ways of voting in the future, but I would not link that to that's something that would unlock what young people, I don't think that's a barrier that is causing a lack of engagement. I think that would also take a really significant review into how we do that with caution and with responsibility across, our cyber welfare. So I wouldn't couple those two things together, but I would definitely suggest that the expansion of pre-poll, the hours, the location of booths, particularly in, inner city kind of electorates where they're quite condensed in population there. And I think that would be critical, because I definitely think, I think we all know the numbers and saw polling day, election day empty, with pre-poll lines being ridiculous. And that was clear that that's also, when we think about young people and their, day-to-day movements and their behaviour, that it's probably easier for them to be going on a Thursday at 9 a.m. on the way to uni as opposed to Saturday where they're probably working somewhere else. So I definitely think that would be a better focus.
And with fixing terms, do you see that as being an opportunity for the AEC to have a more rigorous approach to the way that they look for pre-polling booths? I think we've heard a lot of evidence at this committee that the location of pre-poll booths, because we don't have fixed terms, AEC is jumping in sort of 6 weeks out, the best case scenario, to try and lock in these locations. They've got sort of the bottom of the barrel about what they can get. They're not close to public transport. They've got terrible car parks. They've got potholes everywhere. They've got no shade. They're just terrible. And I think we've all got horror stories across. And that also, I suppose, is a bit of a disincentive for young people and others who want to access public transport to drop into a pre-polling booth on their way to work or study as well. Do you have any thoughts in that space?
Absolutely. I do think as well, and I can only speak from my personal experience, and I have an 18-year-old sister. She and her, again, we might be just the nerds, like she had whole groups of friends that were all going together because they all wanted to make sure they knew what they were doing, and they wanted to make sure they, felt supported. They wanted to know that they could do it together. And I think that was part of their key consideration was, well, where's the one that will have the best car park that I can go to and access? So I think it's, definitely coupling both of those, and we'd see it in, we're in Spring Hill now, like down in West End or South Bank, where there's a really, high concentration of apartments. Like that booth was crazy, and I don't think catered enough to that demographic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Mr. Caldwell.
Thank you. Emmy, thanks for your time today. While I was sitting listening to you, this is a bit counterintuitive, but have you had a thought about whether or not non-compulsory voting would actually change the message to the younger voters? Like in America, we always talk about how they spend a lot of time to sort of motivate them. Yeah. It's almost like with compulsory voting, and I just feel like maybe it plays out a little bit more in the younger groups. We're assuming, and we take for granted, that they're walking into the polling booth. So we miss all of this whole messaging about, maybe why they should be doing it in the first place. And maybe it's not that maybe it's the civics education, but maybe it's the inherent part of the political world taking the vote for granted that we're missing a preamble.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not that it's the removing compulsory voting, but some of the flavour of not taking the vote for granted in the messaging that could help. Do you have a view on maybe that, just as a challenge?
I think young people are much more engaged than I think we give them credit for, and because I think it sits outside of what the data tells us, because they're not engaging in probably the structured ways that we used to. I think that the way to address that would be, as Dr. Ryan said, lowering the voting age with a structured civics engagement. I think that is what that campaign would be, to really support, I guess, a really strong entry into the system to highlight the importance. And I think a lot of great work has already occurred in the civics education space, and in different schools. I know it is better or lacking, but I think young people being engaged is kind of not the issue. It's just how we're funneling them through it. And I think the last election, showed that young people were really highly motivated to get out, and I don't think they take it well when a system is saying it to them, get out to vote. So I think that idea of optional voting with a strong get out to vote campaign is not the solution. I think it's how we are encouraging them to get out to vote, and what is, the roles in parents and carers and families in having these dinner table conversations about the importance and the civic responsibility that we have. But I actually think it's young people leading that at the dinner table with their parents at the moment.
Thank you. And I've got no problems with starting them young. So.
Ms Campbell?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms Hall, for giving evidence today. I cannot say that my walls at my home or office are adorned with AEC letters, but they should be.
A fine for missing voting?
Never, not once. But I am super happy to know that there are young people who are really passionate about this. And look, my question, you've talked a lot about challenges with young people feeling engaged and feeling like they don't see themselves reflected in the system. And I wanted to ask what you see as the really practical things that can be done. We've talked about civics, so I understand that. Obviously there are youth parliaments and speaking competitions and democracy talks that happen. Beyond those things, what are the really practical things that we should be looking at doing that, of course, are values-based, but how do they become tangible?
Well, I think the biggest single thing that has happened, which is a major shift, was Senator Charlotte Walker. Like, people seeing her in, the place and talking to young people through her social media in a way that is truly talking to them, is actually reaching them and speaking their language. I think that has been the biggest shift in actually being able to look up and see, young people represented and thinking, okay, I also am a part of that. I can see myself in that system and being able to talk and communicate that. I like, youth parliament and these speaking competitions, of course. However, I do think they attract a certain type of young person who was already likely to be deeply engaged. It's the same, previously about, membership of political parties. Like, they were already going to find their way there, whatever happened. So I think what it is that connection, though, to other groups. And so it's, how do you go beyond the youth parliament? How do you get each of the young MPs, whatever they're called, where's their networks, where's their friendship group, and how do we also bring them in to the community? And it's broadening up those conversations, but also creating, I think, structured ways for young people to not just have a voice and have them at the table or have a token young person, but it's how do we make them feel that they're truly included in the process and that their voice will be heard and actually, their perspective will be embedded into the decision making. Whether I think the challenge at the moment is they're feeling like there may be opportunities for them to say something or be somewhere, but they're one person who was just there and likely were kind of told what to say, or were able to say it if it met, aligned with someone else's views or aligned with the adults at the table's views. And so I think it's creating more opportunities to have multiple young people in multiple rooms. And I think that's the difference that shows, I guess, the genuine engagement rather than a tokenistic kind of view, and showing, I think, young people are very attuned to bullshit. Sorry if we're not allowed to swear. So they want to see the outcome, and they'll be going to follow up and looking back at what you've said, and if you've done it, and looking back at what they've said to you, and if you've even considered that in their decision making.
Thank you very much. More Charlotte Walkers.
But is just following on from that question, final from me, like, I know a lot of people in their 30s, 40s, 50s who are very disengaged in politics, very disengaged. So is there anything specific or different that we should be focused on to engage young people, or is it just the same problem across multiple generations? Like, what's different about young people when it comes to disengagement and getting them engaged again?
I think it comes back to that start, because every single issue affects young people, that's when they have the biggest, I guess, momentum to engage. And I think if we focus on that early civic engagement, that will follow through. But I think, I have a 2-year-old, so as soon as she was born, everything changes, how you perceive things. So I think that voting bloc that, 30, 40, 50, I think you will find specific issues that they care deeply about that will cause them to, really want to engage in certain policy areas or topics. It's just not felt, I guess, across the whole spectrum of, system of government. It's just a singular kind of issue. But I think there'll be a flow-on effect. The more people are engaged earlier on, and they can feel that their voices are heard, and start to build up that trust in government and civic awareness, I think that'll carry through and just evolve differently. But I think that's also the easiest starting point, if that makes sense, because everything is a concern, everything's an issue, and I think we have heard it and felt it deeply that young people today care about all these issues.
Any other questions? No, thank you for attendance here today. I really appreciate it. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday, the 9th of January, and you may get some questions on notice written sent by the Secretariat. You'll be sent a copy of your transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections of any transcription errors. Thanks for your time today. Next is Mr. Andrew Bartlett. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Full name's Mr. Andrew Bartlett, and I'm here as a personal capacity.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity, the invitation to appear today, and thank you for the time you're taking on this inquiry. I guess the main key points I wanted to make is, see from my submission, but the last election's the first one that I actually haven't been intensely involved with since 1990, so how many elections that's been, from 1990 to 2022, including state and local ones in there, so I've had a fair bit of involvement in electoral processes in many, many different capacities, and been a member of your esteemed committee myself at times, and all of those things. So I felt I've got that experience. I may as well let you know my impressions, given the issues before you, if you're, in case you're interested. my overarching one, I guess, and having read some of the transcripts of other things and some of the comments even today, obviously overall it's about electoral system, electoral process, and I just think, and I'm a bit of an electoral systems nerd, not surprisingly, the Australian Electoral Commission is just world-class, and anything you can do to protect that and improve that even further, particularly I think at this time when there's, there's probably some wild and crazy times ahead, locally and globally, in the world of politics, and if people lose faith in the voting system itself, I think you all know that's a pretty bad thing. So anything to strengthen even further its independence and its funding. I mean, if I could leave no other message, I'd leave that with you. I do think in regards to some of the issues around activities on polling booths, etc., and voting places, I do think there's a good case to be made for trying to regulate that. You've got to be careful of trying to, you can't, humans are going to be humans and people will still find ways to work around things, but I still think you can put in place some things that will just try and dial it back a bit about the intensity around polling places, which would be good for the voter, most importantly, and I think would actually help for that broader idea of trying to engage people in the voting process, the political process, to make it a more pleasant experience for everyone, all of whom are volunteers, and we're wanting to encourage people to engage and connect and find that a good experience. And in terms of the wider issue of, the specific issue of the number of people, number of seats in the House of Reps, etc., I think there's an extremely strong case for increasing the number of seats in the House of Reps. I haven't heard any case at all for why there should be an increase in the size of the Senate beyond the fact that we just have to, because it's in the Constitution. The nexus is nonsense. If you're going to hold referendums, a referendum to get rid of the nexus, I think, is an extremely good idea. I presume I don't need to make the case for you as why I'm not anti-Senate. But the nexus is just ridiculous. But we should have more people in the House of Reps for reasons I can expand on if you're interested. But I have not seen. I mean, there may be a good case for it, and maybe people haven't made the case for why we need more senators as well, because they don't need to, because it'll just happen automatically. But I genuinely can't see it, and I can see some reasons for the opposite, to be honest. So that's my opening bit for you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Yeah, I've just got a few questions around the reasons for increasing the seats in the House of Reps. I think the case for the Senate is the Constitution. I think time has proven it's quite difficult to change that, but take your points, and a few people have recommended removing that nexus. But just on increasing the parliament size as a whole, I mean, what is population enough of a reason for this to be considered by government?
I mean, it's a good case in part, but I think on top of that is, and genuinely based on my experience, I think more resourcing for staffing and all those other things that people can do to, as a representative, whether it's in the House of Reps or a state parliament or as local council, to support people is important. But it's not about the key thing is, a key part of people maintaining some degree of faith in how the voting system is meant to work, and that we vote for people and they represent us, is you actually need to feel like they can sort of connect with you. And eventually, if the size of your electorate gets too large, then I think that just becomes extremely difficult for people to feel like, well, this person doesn't, I can't connect with them, and my vote doesn't matter, and all those things. I mean, I haven't been in the House of Representatives, despite a few efforts, but I just, that psychological aspect, even on top of just the workload, the MP, and you can have as many staff as you like, but I'm sure you could tell me better than I can tell you that people, you are their representative, and they need to be able to meet you, and you can't replace yourself. AI might replace everything else, but it probably can't replace that. They need to be able to meet you, and so I think once you get beyond a certain size, that dissipates. And beyond, if you add that to all the other concerns people have about the validity of whether the whole thing is just a farce anyway, I think it's actually pretty important. And I also think it just, it'll help. It will require politicians, elected representatives, to be more connected to their community, because the smaller your electorate is, the more you need to earn each of those votes directly.
Flesh out that connection just for the purposes of evidence. You mentioned meeting with, there's only a small subset of an electorate that ever have the requirement to meet an MP, but how else would you see connections with communities be improved with greater representation? And what does that mean to your average voter?
Well, the whole idea of an electorate is about place and connection, and I feel that the more people can feel part of a community, and the more that they feel their representative is part of that community, the more that will give them confidence in this whole voting thing. So it's not just about, numbers for political parties and all that stuff. It's about people. It needs to be about people, and the more it gets removed from people. I mean, I don't want to get into wider political commentary, but I think that's part of why some of the things that are changing in political contexts, electoral political contexts around the world are happening the way they're happening, because people feel like this is just another world out there that they're not actually connected to. I think there's good reasons why they might think that, but this is one antidote. It's not going to fix everything. I think, I'm trying to pretend this is the one thing that will stop everything else falling apart, but I think, may as well do what you can. So, should do it.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thanks. Good day, Andrew. I just want to go back to your point around maintaining the integrity of the AEC, and I would agree with you 100% on that. I think they are a trusted organisation, and one thing we must do is work to enhance that trust. In the context of managing things around polling booths outside of the direct zone of the AEC, you say that it should not be their job to manage that. Who would you see and how would you see as the best process to manage that?
Outside of the polling booth precinct?
Outside the 6 metres. And so the AEC say they have no control outside 6 metres. Local government might have some regulations with respect to signage. At state level, there are various types of regulatory process or legislation around how many signs you can have. Here in Queensland, it's one thing. In Tasmania, it's 100 metres and nobody on a polling booth and know how to vote cards.
Sounds lovely.
Sounds bliss.
I should move to Tasmania.
But somebody has to manage that area that's outside the jurisdiction of the AEC. Who are best placed to manage that? The political parties probably have a role to play, but who are best placed to manage that? If it's not the AEC, and I'm agreeing with you that it shouldn't be, how do you best manage that?
Look, I don't want to overthink it, because I think part of just setting regulations and changing things is just changing culture and expectations as well. You can't, we don't want to send in the army or whatever to police and bring out their measuring tapes or, measure the size of corflutes or all that stuff.
Party members will bring those anyway.
So, I think outside of, once it's outside of the jurisdiction of the AEC and Australian electoral law, then it's sort of not your job anyway, really. And it's more about guidance and stuff like that. But I think if there's a, in fact, it is. It's not your job once it's outside the jurisdiction of the Electoral Act, then it is up to councils and state governments or whoever it is, which works differently everywhere. You know, I mean, I think it's good that people to have signage and all that sort of stuff around the suburbs and stuff and all those sorts of things. I'd like the idea personally, just throwing it forward, of having, as I think I put in my submission, about being required to register electoral material with the AEC in advance, whether it's a how to vote card, whether it's other stuff, and core flutes, so you don't, because it's still, I mean, any electoral material anywhere still comes under the jurisdiction of electoral law wherever it is, and I do think it's important to have that as strongly regulated as possible. Again, making my point about funding, it's all very easy to say the AEC should cover, you know, every piece of material and every leaflet everywhere, but that costs money and that costs time, and that. So I think that's the key part of what needs to be done for you folks.
Okay. Just in respect of postal voting, and you've made a point with respect to the decline in the reliability of the postal system. Do you have any suggestions as to how we might manage that? I mean, I agree with you that the time taken for deliveries these days has blown out, if you like, because of the logistics of letters. But are there any measures that you can think of that we should take to ensure the integrity of that part of the system?
I mean, it's a genuine problem. I mean, I think the broad principle is everybody should be able to give everybody an opportunity to vote and give them as many means to make that as easy as possible, which is why, you know, as early as possible for people to be able to apply for postal votes, and getting their ballot paper to them as early as possible is about the best we can do. I just am aware that the time it takes, you know, I just got a letter yesterday in the mail. I moved 2 blocks down the road in the inner city, and it was took a month from the date of the letter to get to my mailbox, and that was from Australia Post itself. So I don't know.
Advertisement.
It's a wicked problem. I don't really know, but I'm also I want to make clear I do not support online voting at all. So I don't know exactly what you do about that. But
so is there a role perhaps for the government to ensure resourcing for Australia Post during the electoral period to make sure that that time frame is within certain parameters?
I wouldn't be against that.
Like a service guarantee type situation that might occur?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to do it, but I certainly wouldn't be protesting if you wanted to suggest a mechanism for doing that.
What about the period of pre-poll voting versus election day? Do you have a perspective on that?
I can't remember what I ended up actually putting in my submission, because I drafted it a few times and I didn't get round to rereading it before I appeared today. Which isn't a disrespect to you. I just doing other things. But I think 2 weeks is enough. I'd actually probably think 1 and a bit weeks. The pre-poll, the key principle is as people must have as opportunity to vote and make it as easy as possible. Okay. But I do have a concern about the people voting, and I know this contradicts what I've just said about postal voting, but you know, the world's full of paradoxes. You know, people are voting before all the policies are announced and stuff, and that just doesn't sit very comfortably with me. I mean, I think I usually know how I'm going to vote, so I can vote early. But you know, I feel like a week or so is enough, frankly, for pre-polls, and also the resource cost to the AEC, I might say, because you know finding places, keeping those places open, staffing those for those extra, however long it takes, is a genuine issue for them. I mean, they'll tell you, they know better than I do, so I'm not saying, but that's a genuine component as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Deputy Chair. Senator Mulholland, do you have any questions, Mr. Bartlett?
I do, thank you. There's two things in your... one, welcome back. So thank you for joining us. Two things jumped out at me in your submission. The first was around removing the impediments to people voting early and removing the requirement to ask a voter to give reasons. A number of states have removed that from their state electoral acts. So I just wanted to offer you an opportunity to talk to that.
Well, I just think it's silly. So, I mean, people, why? And I just, you can either vote or you can't. Why do you got to give a reason that you're voting early because you can't do it on polling day? And yeah, I'm sorry, but we all know that people just vote early because it's easier to vote early.
Sure.
Why have an extra reason to have to lie? And one less question the people on the, on the AEC staff have to ask. Sure. It just seems stupid to me.
Sure. Bit of a no-brainer, that one. And the other was around disinformation of election material and looking at a sort of a takedown power for the AEC around social media and online material, and then also potentially a geo-blocking power. We put these questions to the AEC quite early on in this committee hearing, and they had a fairly strong view to us that they didn't believe that they were the arbiters of truth or mistruth, and felt that sat with the voter, and couldn't really give us a view about, if not them, what other government or body could do it, and felt it sat clearly with the voter to decide what was true or not true and to take action about it. So can you just talk me through why you think there's a need for a takedown power for material, particularly social and online, and then what the geo-blocking power would do and how that would operate?
I mean, I'm trying to keep things broad rather than get into the micro of how it might work. If you accept the principle, then you're the legislators, you can figure out how to do it. But I'm not actually... a lot of people, as I'm sure I know you all know, talk about need for truth in advertising and truth in political advertising, and I very much understand. I know the AEC has said for a very long time that they don't want that. It was actually passed in law. I feel duty-bound to put on the record the Democrats passed it into law back in 1983 or something, because no one will ever say it ever again on the record probably, and then it got removed again. But, there's a version of it in South Australia, and I think that version works fine. I think those that advocate for, truth in political advertising, A, be careful what you wish for, and B, it wouldn't work in terms of people just running around pointing at each other about, that's a lie, etc. But I'm really talking about specifically electoral disinformation about, how the voting system works and stuff and that sort of thing. Voting just one is a valid vote and those sorts of things. And I think that's already against the law to do that. And particularly in the context of, the real potential of online stuff from anywhere in the world of appearing that pushes that sort of thing of, you can just vote one and this will be a valid vote, or the entire voting, completely misinforming people about how they can actually vote. And that does already happen, and it can happen more. And there are existing laws that enable takedowns of various things, of other types of material. Whether that should sit with the AEC in this context, I mean, it'd be pretty narrow. I'm not talking about people saying this party's bad or this party's good or whatever. It's about that sort of stuff that would actually take away people's. That would ruin people's votes, or And, you know, 'cause the AEC already does it a bit. In fact, they do it quite well, I think, mostly with their Twitter accounts and that sort of stuff, of just trying to correct misinformation and disinformation already online. So that's the sort of thing I'm trying to get at, not the broader truth in advertising stuff. You know, they said something nasty about me and I want that taken down. I'm talking about that much more specific, misleading people about how the electoral system works.
Sure. And do you see, and that geo-blocking power, you know, I appreciate, I'm not going to ask you to sort of explain how that would work, you know, you didn't come here in the capacity of a computer whiz, so I appreciate that. But would you see that as being an opportunity to look at sort of a reserve power for an appropriate authority, should there be international interference, people, you know, international actors or material that's from outside of Australia trying to influence, you know, being pushed into a particular, say, culturally and linguistically diverse community, telling them it's okay to vote one, you just have to vote one, and to try and, you know, is that what you would see as this geo-blocking power?
Yeah, I mean, it's not dissimilar to what the AEC can already do with analogue bits of paper and stuff. You know, people put out stuff they can withdraw. They've done it. They did it the last election. If it happens online, they should have the power to be able to deal with it when it happens online. And geo-blocking is a power that already exists in various other laws. So I know that why the AEC doesn't want to have more things to do. So give them more resources, or have them have a little section that focuses on that. But I mean, they already focus a lot online. They do good stuff online. And all I'm really just suggesting is that they have a clearly defined authority to be able to, you know, when it's just an open and shut case, as they already can do with bits of paper, to either to block it or to request a takedown or whatever. You know, I mean, there's a lot of legislative stuff happening in a much wider scale on social media, as you all know, right now. So, and you know, it's never going to be perfect. I'm not saying it's a perfect solution, but just because you can't fix something perfectly doesn't mean you don't try and do at least something.
No, thank you, and a shout out to the AEC's social media team. I think they did a really good job at the last election with their myth busting. So that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Butler. I'll hand back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming in today. I'm interested in your thoughts regarding the involvement of third parties at pre-poll and at polling sites. In 2025, we experienced in some electorates a number of quite hostile third parties presenting to pre-poll and polling sites, and in some cases presenting information which was actively misleading or non-factual, shall we say. Do you have any thoughts about how the AEC could, you said the AEC could monitor that sort of information. Is it your proposition that the AEC would see everything that was likely to be presented at those sites and okay it in advance? Because one of the things, we're not just talking about A-frames, we're talking about mobile vans and the like. I mean, it's a matter of time probably until we have planes flying overhead, trailing signs and things like that. How do we stop this? And often just to say, often it's been reported to us that the people authorising these signs, either the authorisations were sort of inaccurate or wrong, or it's third-party players that are unknown to people within their community.
Yeah, I guess the first thing to say is, you know, you can't stop humans being human. But again, a bit like the previous question, you know, there's still maybe some things you can try and do to at least mitigate it and shift the culture a bit. And not just the behaviour of the individual people, but the culture of people's understandings that any of that sort of stuff is actually just garbage to start with. And some of that you can do with laws, and there's other ways to do it. So I want to make that point for starters. But I do think just on polling booths itself, trying to regulate what people put on their cars driving around the city, I think is getting a bit more challenging. But on polling booths itself, I think it's, again, probably resourcing the AEC, but, you know, there's already some states, I'm fairly sure Queensland still does it, where you had to pre-register your how to vote cards or something like that. So any material, and it would make it easy for the AEC if they were sufficiently resourced on a polling booth, like you've got to pre-register your material, so unless it's pre-registered and looked at in advance of polling day, you just can't hand it out, doesn't matter what's on it. And that would at least, limit, it would make it easy for the AEC, like the polling booth people on the day, well, that we don't have that, sorry, you can't hand it out. And it would also mean if there's anything on it that's obviously outrageous, then they could not approve it in advance. And again, it's not going to fix everything, but it'd just be a little bit of something. I don't know what to do about the trucks driving around. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do about that. And plans and, all of those things. People will still get messages on their mobile phones while they're walking in to vote or whatever.
I'll ask you about that. Do you think that we should outline the use of carriage services in that, with that respect, with voting messages?
Sorry, I missed this.
Do you have an issue with the use of mobile phones and messaging, for example, the use of carriage services for that sort of messaging given that you can't have a political advertising, there's theoretically a blackout period, do you think that we should extend that to the mobile phones?
I think it'd be great if you could find a way to do it. I mean, we're supposed to have a no-call list. I get 5 spam calls a day on my phone, even though I'm on every no-call list on the planet. So I don't know how you actually make it work, but if you can find a way to make it work, that'd be great. I mean, go for it.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Dr. Mr. Newman.
Can I just explore? Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Welcome back to Jay's Camp. You say on the bottom of page 7, the issue of threatening and aggressive behaviour at polling booths is a very real issue. You did say that this is the first election you haven't been actively involved in at a federal or state or council level since 1990. It's a very real issue. What's the basis for you saying that?
Well, I mean, because I've seen it before 2025, and I'm not saying it's a chronic problem in every single electorate, every single booth, but I think it's a thing, and I know it's again, you can't stop people being people just by changing the Electoral Act. But again, I think there's things you can do to help try and dial it back, and some of it's even just that culture of the staking out the booths the night before and all that sort of stuff, and everyone's sort of, wrapping booths in 5 miles of plastic and all those sorts of things, and anything that sort of reduces that idea that the polling booth is a battleground instead of, a welcoming place for people to come and do their voting thing, would help dial that back.
In the previous paragraph to that, you do talk about the AEC, especially their employees, not having really a quasi-policing role. Yet the legislation really sort of gives them in that role within the 6-metre rule. And you do then talk about, and I'm interested in that contradiction, you do the world full of ironies and paradoxes, it's true. But then you talk about the fact that you hope they shouldn't expect aggressive behaviour and obstructive conduct without sufficient authority or legal protections. Do you think they've got sufficient authority or legal protections?
I mean, obviously it's quite a question better directed to them. I think one of the things that's always going to be a challenge for the AEC is obviously they've got to hire an enormous number of staff for a short period of time across an enormous number of polling booths, and by virtue of my experience, and I'm sure you've all seen it too, the variation in how different polling booth officers interpret things can be frustrating, for folks who are political candidates and parties and contestants and independents and all of those, when you go from one booth to the next, and even whether you can stand in the shade or not, but you're, I think that's just part of the things you've got to accept, that it's a massive, as you all know, a massive operation even finding all the suitable booths would be one good reason to have fixed terms at least, so they can properly plan for the actual polling day. And people could perhaps have in advance clearer about some of those really basic things about where even the 6 metre line is and all that sort of stuff. But, you know, I think, you know, I'm not going to tell the AEC how they should do their job. As I say, I think they're fantastic. Anything that could make it easier for them to be able to seem like they're being less subjective and it's clear cut without, you know, requiring. Yeah, I think it's better to ask them that question.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Mr. Caldwell?
I'm fine, thanks. Okay, thank you, Andrew, for your time.
Mr. Burnell?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bartlett. I just wanted to go back to some comments around Australia Post and the provision of postal voting. I just wanted to get your thoughts on whether or not you see a world where potentially we lose the delivery of postal votes from Australia Posts as part of their carriage service, and if so, what potential options there would be to fill that void that would be created?
Well, I do. I mean, as we've already discussed, the slowness of the post is a real problem, and just how rare mail is becoming. So I can certainly see a future where that's very likely. I also, this isn't an ideological view about pro or anti-privatisation per se, but I think a little bit in terms of that issue of the one thing you've really got to do everything you can do and protect is people's confidence that the system's not rigged. The voting system itself isn't rigged, and if you start contracting out delivery of postal votes and stuff to any other private provider, I can just see how that would work in terms of the narrative, what people would create around it. I mean, I am anti-privatisation, but that's not the point. Yeah, the point's the confidence in the voting process. So I don't quite know what the answer is to that, particularly given I also think voting online is even more of a problem, A, actually logistically, and B, again, to the narratives of what people would say about that. But, you know, it needs to be maintained, so I think it needs to be a... I was going to say, give it to the AEC, AEC set up their own postal service or something, which I'm sure they would be fiercely resistant to having extra jobs, but I'm not quite sure. But it's a genuine thing anyway, that people need to be conscious of. Because I feel like, I mean, obviously there's more and more people that don't vote on the election day, and there's more and more people that are voting earlier. Whether the trends on postal voting will stay what they are, they might. I think they probably will, personally, particularly if polling booths stay hostile places. People, you know, I don't want to go to a polling booth, particularly. Maybe that's just PTSD or something. But you know, also, hey, it's easy. You know, you want to make it easy for people to vote, but you've got to retain the confidence in the electoral system, but you also got to be confident your vote's actually going to get there in time. So I don't. The AEC may have done some work on how many votes come in past the closing date and how long the votes have taken to get there. I don't know. That would certainly be. You know, I haven't seen any commentary on that, but I might be over dramatising it all. But it just concerns me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Burnell. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for giving evidence today. I was going to ask about, in relation to your point about postage, we've had reports in this committee in the past about difficulty voting, particularly in remote Queensland, so areas where, you know, the idea of getting postage in and out in the period is, you know, near impossible, and in some of those cases, due to weather, people not being able to actually get out to do a vote on the day. I was going to ask you that in the context of your point around postage, what are the options, do you think, that are most viable for people in remote areas?
Having lived my entire life in the inner city of Brisbane, I'm not sure I'm best placed to speak about what things are like in the remote areas of Queensland, although I have been to many of them. But I think, seeing you've asked, I mean, you can't hand the expense of like hand delivery or whatever is obviously absurd. So I think it's just one of those things where you've got to accept that, sometimes, nothing's perfect, and the integrity of the system. In fact, everybody's got a chance, and occasionally a few things will go wrong. And if the result in a particular electorate's 10 votes one way or the other, and people can
No, but I firmly believe that everyone should have the opportunity.
Oh, of course they should. Yeah, I'm just saying. Like, you've got to accept that things. We've got to try our best to ensure that core principle you've said happens, and also accept that sometimes we will fail, as long as it doesn't become deliberate. But it's that's the thing, that we accept that principle. You've got to invest in it, and you've got to spend the money to ensure that ability to deliver the ballot to people and for people's ballots to get back in to be counted is available to them, and that costs money.
And obviously, understanding, I very firmly believe that everyone should have the opportunity to vote. In your submission, you talked about the fact that we should have more democracy, and that was the reason that you don't support 4-year terms. How do you reconcile that with your position that we should also have less opportunity to vote in terms of pre-polls by truncating that into, I think you said, about a week and maybe a little bit?
Oh, I just think that's enough for people. I mean, unless there's been studies showing that people haven't had the opportunity to vote because the pre-polls weren't open long enough. It's a lot of investment. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of and so.
Should that be the standard? How much investment and time it takes to ensure that we have full enfranchisement?
I'm not sure what you're saying, sorry.
You've just said it takes a lot of money and a lot of time, and that should be the you suggest that maybe is the something that should impact whether or not we, make sure everyone can have a vote?
Well, I don't think there's any evidence that says that people have been denied the ability to vote because pre-polls aren't long enough. I mean, you could leave them open longer, particularly. It's just my view that it's a lot of people are already exercising that opportunity, which I'm fine with. I do have a concern, as I said earlier on, that if they're open too long, you have people voting before half the policies have been released, literally before people are doing their campaign launches and all that sort of stuff.
No, and look, my point was just that the idea of having more democracy, as you've said, by saying that you don't support 4-year terms, is incongruent with the idea of also shortening opportunity to vote at each election.
Well, by virtue of 3-year terms rather than 4-year terms, people get more opportunity to vote. So I'm all in favour of people voting, but I think, in my view, there are two separate issues. One is how often there are elections, and the other is how do those elections work. I'm not going to it's just my view that I prefer 3-year terms and 4-year terms. My much stronger view is we should get rid of the nexus, but a much stronger view is about a lot of other things that doesn't actually exercise my mind that much, but I just think it's on principle. The idea that having fewer elections somehow helps democracy work better doesn't make sense to me. The separate issue of how those elections work, whether they're 3-year terms, 4-year terms, 2-year terms or 5-year terms, I think that's a separate issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms Campbell. Thank you, Mr Bark, for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 9th of January 2026. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any errors. I now call Professor Graham Orr to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Graham Orr. I am a professor at the University of Queensland, but I appear in my personal capacity.
Thank you, Mr. Orr. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the invitation. I haven't made a submission. Normally when locals come up to this part of the town, it's to visit medical specialists, so I think this will be a relatively enjoyable experience. I've only got a couple of comments, and the comments arise from the super-duper bill that was passed late last year. I also have one comment more about a matter of principle. In relation to the giant bill from late last year, as we know, most of it doesn't commence until mid-next year, most of the campaign finance reforms. It'll obviously be very important for this committee to have a very thorough review. We may not get a hotly contested by-election before then, but one thing will cut in before then, and that's the increased disclosure requirements. Obviously, it's very important that the Electoral Commission be well-resourced, not just capacity, people, resources, but I think it's also partly about an enforcement mentality, which is very important. I'm really looking forward, hopefully, to the end of $100,000 plus donations to the major business forums of the major parties. The Electoral Commission said were, in the face of the purpose and the letter of the law, were not necessarily disclosable. To see the end of those, or at least they'll be channelled and disclosed in other ways. One caveat about the bill, which wasn't well debated in a public sense because it was such a complex piece of legislation negotiated between the parties. The bill did smuggle through a provision that I wonder if many of the members of your parties are aware of, that put the final nail in the coffin of the possibility of members going to the courts to enforce party rules. I just think that was a significant reform, helping undo 30 years of common law on that point, and there wasn't any debate about that. The point of principle, it's been raised a couple of times about maybe lowering the voting age. As someone who's taught law students for too long, I don't claim to have any great empirical understanding of the wider perspective of younger people other than my own children. But there's a great paper by Dr. Joanne Lau of the ANU, a philosopher, some years ago, pointing out that since the age of criminal responsibility is 17, and I'm sitting here in a state, in most states, where there's lots of debates about criminal responsibility, that if you're going to be able to be thrown in an adult jail at 17, you probably should be able to vote at 17. The other point, finally, is that very few people get to vote at 18. I noticed one of the earlier submitters said she was very happy that she turned 18 just in time for the election, but that's pretty rare. Some people will turn 21 before they get to vote. So really, on average, a young person does not get to vote at a Commonwealth election, on average, until they're 19 and a half.
Interesting perspective, Professor. Thanks for your submission today and for coming to give evidence. You mentioned you're in support of donation caps and the increased transparency of donation disclosure. Do you, I guess, support the limits on expenditure per electorate? I'd just be interested in your thoughts on that. So the $800,000 per electorate expenditure caps, is that?
Yeah, in principle, as I've written for many years. I think the bill, in terms of its values, is one that is comprehensive, and the devil will be in the detail. I think there's an extraordinary amount of complexity in the legislation, and my concern, I think, most deeply is for new players and startups and smaller third parties and community groups and so on. To be frank, I've spent 30 years staring at this kind of legislation, and I struggle to explain to my students, and let alone even in things I've written for the law societies, the complexity of this legislation. So that would be one thing to keep in mind.
This specific legislation, or do you mean just electoral legislation?
Oh, no, particularly in relation to the FAD funding and disclosure and campaign finance stuff. Now, some of it is because there's an assumption there's a cat and mouse game going on. That then raises other questions about whether the Electoral Commission as a singular body is the right institution to enforce, educate on these kinds of laws. I can only point to the United Kingdom and the US, where things are certainly imperfect, but they do have distinct bodies there dealing with the kind of accounting and policing aspects of campaign political party finance laws, separate to the kind of body that just wants to deliver a big, happy logistical event and in a sense, please everyone democratically. In terms of expenditure limits, I'm a long-stand proponent of them, partly because expenditure has traditionally been public and hence it, in theory, is more enforceable. But of course we are moving into times where a lot of expenditure occurs in less public ways. We move away from broadcasting, for instance, into the media, social media realm and so on. And to some extent expenditure is not as important as it was, given that a lot of campaigning now goes on all through the term. You don't fatten the pig on market day, and you're doing a lot of stuff that is designed to go viral, for example. But of course, more money helps, and we should have had expenditure limits back when Mr. Palmer was, if only to save his company, $100 million.
Drawing on that, I mean, what do you think the expenditure limits are? You know, you said you agree with the intent. Like, what are they trying to, or what value is it trying to entrench in our political system? Like, why do you think they're a big feature of these laws that have recently passed?
Well, they're a feature around the world because the idea is that, well, the hope is that political debates are somehow about your values, your policies, if not your charisma and so on. It isn't just something for example, most obviously, a billionaire to come along and to capture a lot of attention, which then the media doubles and triples, and that can distort the agenda. And I'm not saying Mr. Palmer had that kind of impact, but he certainly did on the, you might call the kind of the new right side of politics, where he was competing with 4 or 5 other parties, and he stole a march on them. But expenditure limits are also significant. They can't be a single limit, obviously, because we have Senate races, we have marginal seat races. So,
and government, right? Like whole of country contests as well.
Yes,
yeah. Leadership contests. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Couple of questions. The discussion around third-party entities, do you see any danger in the legislation, as someone who has spent too much time staring at it, for it to drive more resource towards third-party entities and their involvement in the political system?
We've certainly seen some of that in Australia. We're not the United States, though. My concerns would be if we get more astroturfing and behind-the-scenes coordination and with groups that don't really have a social base. That would be problematic. We've also seen the rise of third parties, partly because of the major, well, most parties losing some of their own, not just membership base, but social connections as well. So it's not necessarily a bad thing as long as it's organic. In terms of driving it, as I said, well, I think some of the complexity of legislation might make it difficult for some groups that might want to get involved if they fear the intricacies of the legislation and its enforcement against them. But I think it's important that the Electoral Commission and any other enforcement authorities focus on the main game and don't pick on the little guys.
Yes, but those with large resources will have larger capacity, stronger capacity to actually understand and manage those intricacies of the legislation, wouldn't they not?
Yes, that's one of the problems of regulation. Yes, if you make things more complex and intricate for the best of purposes, or even just to attend to a cat and mouse game, yes, it does create a situation where unless there's some kind of ombudsman or other kind of mechanism where people can go for assistance and so on, then those who are better advised will find leeways, if not loopholes.
I was curious about your comment, although I agree with your point about don't fatten the pig on market day, there's plenty of very sage political operators that have run that mantra over a long time, but your point about the continuous campaign is more designed around moments to go viral. I found it interesting because does it not then drive people towards campaign mechanisms, messages that are designed in that light, and therefore impact on the reality of a message?
If I understand,
it's more to the extremes, I suppose you might say. And I think, you mentioned Mr. Palmer. He certainly was in that category. I mean, some of the stuff that he was putting out during the campaign over a period of time, to be frank. But even within some of the other political parties, some of the things that are being said now tend to be more extreme, so that they do attract attention and, as you say, go viral, and therefore have an impact on the political process.
Right.
And
so
discourse.
Yes, we're living in the so-called age of the attention economy. Mr. Palmer, I'm a Queenslander for a long time. I've watched him. He actually went from he was Mr. Trump before Mr. Trump. He was doing things like twerking in public and radio stations and so on to get this kind of unpaid for but earned attention. Later on, he's moved to a MAGA mode where he's actually spending a lot of money to do that. So I don't really think that bringing in expenditure caps is going to it's going to terribly inflame a situation. And there are other reasons why people, the culture sadly might be moving to controversialism and look at meism and so on. There's a lot of research around that, and people wanting to reach out, I think, to younger people and so on, using social media in ways that it's going to happen anyway, regardless of what this current bill does. So I wouldn't be concerned that you're fanning the flames. But that kind of culture is very hard to regulate, and you've had some talk about even the most extremes of it today.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Deputy Chair, Senator Mulholland.
Nothing from me.
Thank you. Dr. Ryan.
Thank you. Professor Orr, is it your position that the campaign donation reforms that were legislated at the end of last year would act to actively disadvantage members of smaller parties and independents as opposed to members of the large parties at Australian federal elections?
I think on the whole it's beneficial for smaller parties and smaller actors to have limits, even if those limits are imperfectly enforced, and certainly in relation to donations, because there's a wealth of research to show that donations follow incumbency or an opposition that's about to get into Parliament. In relation to the position of independence, I do think there is some potential for a constitutional challenge here, and I think that the one thing that should have been looked at was increasing the amount of funding for independence, which is the sort of South Australian model traditionally, to provide some counterbalance that is more in relation to economies of scale and their independence and their independence.
They're independent. Could you explain?
I think we all
explained
there are independents who have very high profiles, who may have access to significant resources, who may be able to sometimes work together. They're independents who are just running purely on their own with not a lot of background. I'm not just referring to the so-called TEALs, I'm also referring to those independents who might come through being, say, an already well-established mayor of a city and so on, who have different resources and advantages than other kinds of independence. The law, though, tends to want to regulate things, I guess, one size fits all, and that, I think, is a problem in our way of thinking about the law. We think the rule of law means, you have to regulate big players and small players exactly the same way. Well, we don't always do that. I mean, the 4% threshold creates a distinction that's, I think, justifiable. And as I said, in the South Australian kind of model of public funding, you give more for the first percentage of votes received, or you can give more to independents and so on to counteract some of the problems, I guess, you have when you're fighting well-established parties. And I think one thing that came out of the last election was really a systemic question, slow systemic question. Our election result this year was very similar to that in the United Kingdom, if you think about the disproportionality of it. And we're getting the slow decline of the vote share of major parties without the kind of party realignment that we're seeing in other countries. And that may partly be because things like public funding, but in particular compulsory voting, have tamped things down in Australia, and we've got more stability because of that. But I don't see people here on this committee or generally agitating for, say, MMP and those kinds of changes, which I think would be more philosophically and principally consistent with the kind of slow creeping changes we're seeing in the party system in this country.
I think we're going to hear about that this afternoon, actually. We have someone who wants to talk to us about that. But would you agree that the changes to the electoral donation rules that were legislated at the end of last year significantly benefit people who do have incumbency, whether they're independents, small party representatives or party representatives, as opposed to new challengers who aren't allied to a party?
No, I don't, because the bigger picture is that unrestrained access to donations and expenditure, which we're trying to move away from, hugely benefit those who have established positions, power, authority, access to the media, etc.
Okay. How about if we talk about the fact that the parties have access to funding from entities which are in some instances very well funded and have very deep pockets? I'm talking about the Liberal Party, the Labor Party with its relationship with the unions and the Greens nominated entity, whereas independents don't have access to third-party funding or funding from those nominated entities and might be disadvantaged by that.
There's a lot of cachet with being an independent if you are, and we know that from C inquiries in the Gold Coast and so on. People want the label independent and so on. And if that means you aren't going to be coordinating with other groups, then that's part of being truly independent, I guess. The idea that we would, it would be, I won't say be unconstitutional, but it would be very odd to try and pull apart, for instance, the Labor Party's traditional structure. But there are limits in this kind of legislation for the amount of money that can be gifted into at least the campaign expenditure accounts by things like trade unions, which means that maybe, and this is possibly Mr. Colbeck's point in a way, that some of the money will reappear in other guises. But as someone who's, I guess, been a member of an industrial union as an academic for a long time, I'd rather see, I don't think the academics union will ever campaign, but I would rather see unions campaigning under their own name, using their own money, than doing it through, in a way, buying power within the Labor Party. But I think I'm getting away from your question, I'm afraid. No, I think on the whole, this legislation will be beneficial, but we're going to have to suck it and see at the next election.
Okay, thank you. No further
Thank you,
questions.
Dr. Ryan. Mr. Newman? No, thank you. Mr. Caldwell?
A little bit off the topic of what we've been talking about, but part of this is about the configuration of the Parliament. Did you have a view about the number of seats in the House of Reps or theories behind that?
Well, yeah, Professor Smith, I saw him in Sydney the other day, said, you should bone up on the nexus question, which is one of the more tedious things we teach in constitutional law. Look, our population is 7 times what it was, but the Parliament is only 2 times what it was since Federation. So I think there are some pretty strong arguments to say that the founders of the Constitution, or the framers, intended the Parliament to grow. There are good reasons to suggest that constituency representation remains significant to a lot of people, and I don't know how I would be dealing with representing 150,000 plus people, because you are representing people, not just electors. We complain about class sizes going up, but this is nothing compared to what has happened in the House. Now, obviously there are constitutional hurdles and issues here. I think one of the things we often don't talk about is that, look, if we're going to increase the size of the Senate, that's obviously going to have political flow-ons for the quota and access to the Senate, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, with the Senate being a more colourful representative house, if you like. The size of the Senate and the nexus, one thing we don't often think about is that the intention, I think, was to ensure that there would be a significant pool of senators who could be more sit back and deliberative, and those senators would be available to be picked for front benches and so on. I think increasing the size of the Parliament could also be helpful in some ways, because you'll have more backbenchers, and we've reached a position in many parliamentary democracies where there's so many assistant ministers that becomes, I think, a concern because of the nature of those roles and speaking up to the executive. There's no simple way around it, though. You increase the size of the House, you have to increase the size of the Senate. I can only make 2 points. One is it's not often suggested, but you could have an odd number of senators. I think Section 30 of the Constitution envisages that. It would just mean you have different quotas at different half-Senate elections. The other more odd or radical position, which I've advocated in Queensland before, is that you could have try and have a system of having, if you like, deputy MPs. Now, in the Queensland situation, part of the concern is that you've got these 5 massive seats, which are phantom voters and so on. And so I've suggested, and it wouldn't be a problem because Queensland doesn't have a strict constitution, you could have an MPs and deputy MPs. In other words, 2 people would run on a ticket together. One of them would have the right to sit in Parliament, but you would have 2 people in an electorate to go around those massive electorates. There was going to be a court case earlier this year that didn't in the end get off the ground about job sharing. That was more, I think, from a sort of, if you like, a feminist perspective. But that is one thing that could be thought about and discussed, I think, if the real question is how can you have the face of the MPs getting around electorates. That wouldn't necessarily involve increasing the formal size of the Parliament, but obviously there would be more money and resources involved.
Thank you.
Anyone want to ask about fixed terms? Or?
Ms. Campbell, do you have a question on fixed terms?
No, thank you very much. And I note that Professor Orr said that he was a local, and can I say that you look like you come from a great place in Brisbane?
A great place. Oh, Maruka. Yes. It's a
good city.
It's a very interesting, diverse community, and I'm really glad to.
No. Look, I did have a couple of questions. The first was around the committee's had a number of discussions around behaviour at polling booths, increased aggression behaviour at polling booths, but we also had discussions around enforcement of sign regulation. And I was interested in what you raised earlier around there being multiple bodies for enforcement in other jurisdictions, and sort of interested in how that works and does it work?
Oh, I was referring in particular to the realm of campaign and party finance.
Correct.
Which I think, if you look at ASIC and other bodies, they are strong regulators, whereas the Electoral Commission has tended to see itself more as administrator of the logistics of elections per se. In terms of, half my family's French, I've studied some of the French electoral system. There's very strong requirements, mandatory requirements on mayors to deal with their very strict rules about the posting of signs. The French are rather demonstrative people, but they have very strict rules. You can only put up placards and signs on official metal notice boards that get trotted out by the mayoralties at election time. In terms of violence and misconduct at election, some pre-polling stations are getting quite crowded, but and some polling stations election day are getting quite sleepy. But I'm not particularly aware of anything other than sometimes bad behaviour by sometimes former students of mine who seem to learn through student union elections that you get a little bit hyped on the day. And I'm not sure it's a good part of the ritual of elections, but it's not something that I'm that concerned about. Certainly don't want to see police which is obviously a feature, say, in many countries that is a little bit austere.
And what is your view on fixed terms?
Oh, fixed terms, yes, please. 4-year terms, I'm much more sceptical of. I wrote the no case in the Queensland 2016 referendum that Mr Newman referred to, I think, and I think it was only the Katter Party that was campaigning with me for the no case. It was 53-47, so it was reasonably clear. But the reason it got up, despite all the benefits of having the major parties and the business groups and the unions behind it, was that people liked the idea of fixed terms. They saw the propriety of not having snap elections in the hands of a Prime Minister or Premier. They didn't want longer terms. We only needed to have a referendum for longer terms in Queensland, not fixed terms, so it was a case of bundling together something people wanted with something people didn't necessarily want, the way that telecommunication companies will do that. So very clever, but it wasn't the greatest of debates. The reason I was against longer terms in Queensland was that we have a constitution very similar to the Northern Territory. There's no entrenched Bill of Rights, there's no upper house, we've got the Courier Mail to protect us. The Commonwealth is a bit different. You have an upper house, and I think despite the challenges in the media market, you have a lot more attention on Commonwealth and international politics. I think one concern, obviously, with 4-year terms is having 8-year Senate terms. Doesn't have to be. You have 4-year Senate terms. You have to have a referendum, though, to get this up. If you want to have fixed terms, you can do a kind of British version. I know it was slightly considered a bit risible, the Fixed Term Parliaments Act, but you could have some legislation that would provide some impediment to the Prime Minister's calling a snap election. That would be largely a question of moral and political obligation, because obviously if the governing party had control of the Senate or did a deal in the Senate, they could undo any of these impediments. There would be some significant benefits, as I mentioned before, both for the planning for the Electoral Commission, but also for other bodies that, including Australia Post, if they had knowledge of the election date, likely to be set well in advance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Orr, for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by the 9th of January 2026. You'll be sent a copy of your transcript of your evidence and will have the opportunity to request corrections to any errors. I'll suspend proceedings until 2 p.m. proceed to the community session. Participants in this session have been invited to give a 5-minute statement to the committee. I'll invite participants to come to the table one at a time to give their statement. I would ask that participants then remain at the table to briefly answer any questions from the committee before we proceed to the next witness. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise participants that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now welcome Carmel Tilley to give evidence today. Ms Tilley, for the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you'll appear before the committee?
My name is Carmel Tiley. I worked as a volunteer supporting Ellie Smith Independent in the Dixon electorate during the last campaign.
Thank you, and apologies for the mispronunciation of your name. I now invite you to deliver your 5-minute statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr Chairman and Senators. My name is Carmel Tiley. I've been a resident of the Dixon electorate for over 40 years. During the 2025 federal election campaign, my husband and I joined the volunteer team for independent candidate Ellie Smith. We were actively involved in various activities, including pre-polling and election day booths. While volunteering at Dixon's largest pre-polling booth in Strathpine, which served over 17,000 voters, we experienced respectful and friendly interactions with all volunteers and candidates except for those from the LNP. They were openly hostile, refused to engage in any friendly conversation and often talked over us. They pushed in front of us to reach voters first, making loud comments about Ellie Smith, saying she's really a Green or she's a Teal, she's not truly independent, she's backed by Climate 200 and Simon Holmes Accord. In the second week of pre-polling, the LNP began distributing a flyer that disparaged both the Greens and Ellie Smith, hiding it beneath their how to vote cards. They were telling voters, you really need to read this before you vote. Elderly and frail voters, whom we assisted with close parking and safe access onto the path, often appeared overwhelmed when LNP volunteers pushed in front of us to guide them directly to the polling booth in a way that prevented them from collecting other candidates' flyers and instead pressing LNP flyers into their hands. The pre-polling booth shared a car park accessed by a narrow two-way driveway. We were instructed by the AEC booth captain to stand on the edge of the driveway to keep the path clear for voters, but many chose to walk along this driveway to avoid running the gauntlet past all the volunteers. When we raised safety concerns with the AEC booth captain, he dismissed them, stating his priority was the voters and we were to direct them to the path. This created an unsafe environment for both voters and volunteers. Pedestrian access from the car park was uneven and lacked safety markings, causing several voters to stumble and one lady to fall. We took the initiative to install reflective yellow tape to highlight these hazards. Another elderly lady fell in the car park and sustained a head injury. Despite our requests, the AEC booth captain delayed providing first aid assistance or access to the first aid kit. Eventually, a volunteer with first aid qualifications intervened and ensured the lady was taken to hospital. This incident highlights the need for comprehensive hazard assessments when selecting booth sites, accessible first aid kits and designated first aid officers who are not the AEC booth captain. Additionally, we recommend considering access to nearby toilet facilities for volunteers and candidates. Each day of pre-polling began with a rush to secure the best positions for signage. The LNP team captain and his tradie assistant added signs daily, including attaching core flutes high up light poles using a ladder. Voters consistently commented on the overwhelming number of signs, saying this diluted individual candidate messages. We suggest implementing strict limits on the number of signs and volunteers at each booth, such as allowing only 2 volunteers and 2 signs per candidate. Many voters also expressed concern about the wastefulness of how to vote flyers and plastic core flutes, concerned they were destined for landfill. A large number of voters chose not to take any flyers, saying they had already made their decision or had the information on their phones. We recommend limiting how to vote instructions to 1 sign outside the booth entrance or 1 table containing all flyers for voters to collect if they wish. While there was a recycling facility we were aware of for core flutes in Victoria, it quickly reached capacity. indicating a need for more core fleet recycling sites to be established. We also advocate for a total ban on plastic bunting, especially at school sites where the first party to arrive wraps entire fence lines to block other candidates' signage spaces. Our team received several complaints about Ellie Smith campaign signs being placed improperly, such as in the middle of roundabouts or attached to telegraph poles. Strict records were kept of where we placed our signs. We knew they were not misplaced by our volunteers. There were also reports of signs going missing from supporters' yards. Social media trolling further questioned Ellie Smith's integrity based on these misplaced signs. An audit revealed that the number of incorrectly displayed signs exceeded the number reported stolen, leaving us somewhat puzzled. On election day, our team observed inconsistent enforcement of the 6-metre rule at school polling booths. Some sites applied the rule outside the front gate, while others allowed entry into school grounds and applied the rule directly outside the voting space. It remains unclear whether the AEC or the individual school principals are responsible for this decision. Feedback from our team and from many voters strongly supports establishing fixed terms, possibly for a year, for the federal parliament. This change would reduce prolonged media speculation and voter disengagement before elections. Additionally, with South East Queensland's rapid population growth, there is a clear need to increase the number of elected representatives to ensure effective community representation. In conclusion, we believe addressing these issues will help create a fairer, safer and more efficient electoral process for future elections. Thank you, Mr Chairman, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms Tiley. I appreciate your time to go through that submission, and I see you've gone through a lot of the terms of reference there, which is really useful to us. Thank you. I just want to clarify access to toilet facilities. Are you saying that at some booths you and your volunteers, or not you, sorry, the candidate and volunteers didn't have access to the toilet facilities within the grounds of the polling booth?
Within the grounds of our polling booth, there was no access to a toilet. There was one positioned within the polling booth building, which the captain allowed us in to use a couple of times if we were escorted, but then he decided no one was going to use the toilet within the booth. Luckily, there was a hotel not far away, or a shopping centre across the main road, excuse me, that people used.
So the ASC stopped you, I understand you would have taken your campaign shirt off.
Correct.
And you would have done all of that, and they stopped you using the bathroom.
Yes, their excuse was that there was sensitive polling boxes stored within the vicinity of the toilet. There were screens around that, and there was only one toilet there. So they said that one of their personnel would have to stand outside the door while we used the toilet, which I actually experienced once, and then after that it was just not worth it. Yeah. So we just took turns and went next door at the hotel.
Chair, sorry. Tylee, can I ask, was that Strathpine pre-poll?
Beg your pardon?
Was that Strathpine pre-poll?
It was.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I was there a few times and I experienced this in a similar situation, so thank you.
Thank you.
In regards to voter experience, you mentioned you volunteered at the 2025 election. Have you volunteered at previous elections as well? Or this was
no,
your first
I
time?
have not.
Okay, it's your first time. Okay. We've received lots of evidence suggesting that voter experience in contested seats wasn't the best this time round. I just want to get an understanding from you as a member of the community how important it is for Australians to have a positive experience when they go and vote, or at least a neutral experience when they go and vote.
I think extremely important. There's more and more people who seem to be disengaging, and we're asking how much is the fine if I don't have to vote. Was one, they didn't want to get into the incredibly long queue that was existing most of the time during pre-polling. The numbers on actual election day were quite low in comparison. And people seemed to be quite overwhelmed. One, passing all of us volunteers because there were so many of us, and two, the fact that they had to wait in the queue for so long. So yeah, we got feedback from quite a lot of voters that they weren't really happy to be there because of the experience of the process.
Okay, I've got many more questions, but I'll pass on. Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Just going back to your point around toilets and that particular site, did the polling officials say that it was based on requirements of the site itself, or whether it was basically their determination. So, and the reason for me asking that is I saw that at other sites in my home state of Tassie, and it was more about, I think, the site itself, or impositions from the owners of the site, in this case, one case a school, for example, or was it just a determination of the polling booth officials themselves?
My interpretation was that it was because of the positioning of where they were storing sensitive voting ballot boxes within very close proximity of that toilet. So it would have been specific to that site, you know, the space that they actually had available to them to store sensitive material. And I guess it's a security aspect from their perspective.
Which I think we would get that side.
Yeah. Yes.
But it's not a unique experience from what I've seen through the conduct of the election, particularly for campaign volunteers such as yourself. So you said that you're a first-time volunteer?
Yes.
So the definition of a polling booth, do you think the system would benefit from a better definition? You've described one place where it's the whole site and another place where it's the front door. I've experienced exactly the same thing. And my understanding of the system, the Act, is that it's the determination of the booth captain for the AEC. But do you think the system would benefit from a better definition so that volunteers such as yourself and others would understand better how that operates? So,
yes,
so there wasn't that confusion?
I would agree that I think, yes, clarification about that to make it clear for everybody would be a positive. In the case of the pre-polling booth, the AEC captain seemed to be indicating that he only had control from within the building, that he actually didn't have control outside the building. So then that left us with the question of who was actually responsible for the voters and volunteers outside this physical building, so in the car park and on the waiting paths.
In terms of the management of the site itself and the volume of material, how do you think that can be managed when all of that activity is outside the 6 metre zone that is controlled by the AEC? How does that then get managed when it's not within the responsibility as it currently stands of the AEC? How do we manage that?
I think the question is that is the current situation and that it needs to be looked at to find another process where either the AEC's oversight is extended or there's another way of policing, another level of policing or keeping track of how everything is happening outside.
Okay. With respect to your comments in relation to LNP canvassers at the booth and their allegations about Ms Smith and her being a Climate 200 candidate, how much, do you know how much she received from Climate 200?
I don't know. I was not privy to that.
But she did receive funding from Climate 200.
I believe early in the campaign there was something that was used, but I don't know what that was.
So the advice that I have from official numbers is $314,000 was...
That may be so, but I can't speak to that.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms Tiley. I too visited your polling booth a number of times and saw that incredibly long lineup of voters, which didn't move, for half an hour, and some very agitated people. So I want to go to your comments about fixed terms for 4 years. Obviously, that particular pre-poll location in the seat of Dixon at Strathpine, it's a very busy road. You sort of have to pull off suddenly. It's a very busy car park. It was very hard to get a car park. There was a lot of people interacting with cars, and it was very dangerous at times. Do you think that a fixed term of 4 years would perhaps provide the AEC more opportunity to find safer, more appropriate locations for pre-poll booths?
That may be the case. I actually was not clear about whose responsibility it was to decide on the polling booths. This polling booth has been used in the past because we have actually voted at that particular polling booth in past elections. But my belief is it's not a suitable site. And yes, if that extended time of Parliament allowed AEC the chance to find more suitable sites, yes, definitely would be in favour of that.
Excellent. You also talked a little bit about some of the behaviour that you witnessed in being a first-time volunteer that probably took you a bit by surprise by the behaviour of people on pre-poll. Do you have any ideas about how we could improve the situation on a pre-poll or a polling booth for volunteers when they are interacting with other parties? Do you have any ideas based on your experience there at Strathpine about how we could improve the situation for you if you were to volunteer again to make it safer, more enjoyable?
I think part of the answer is to have fewer volunteers on site. I think at Strathpine there were just way too many volunteers and more turning up all the time. So just the sheer numbers of people just about tripping over each other caused an issue, and vying for position in that queue to hopefully get to voters first, and that's probably happened at all elections, but it was very, very noticeable with the sheer number of volunteers that were present. Maybe as volunteers we need to agree to some code of conduct prior to manning a booth as volunteers, and that we are expected to show equal respect to each other regardless of what party or candidate that we're there to support. Yeah.
There was some evidence this morning from another witness about perhaps an opportunity to register. So each candidate or party has a list of who is volunteering for them at that polling booth, what time they're showing up, their name, their number. The evidence we heard was about registering volunteers, obviously not their number, but providing that into the AEC, saying today I'm candidate X and today my volunteers on this booth will be these people. So there is some record inside the AEC of who you are as well, should there be incidents or issues?
I can see an advantage in that, although I do know that in our experience people's situations would change sometimes from day to day with other responsibilities, and then then they say, oh look, I can't be there at whatever time today, but I can come later, or I can't be there today. So just with people's lives it could be a little bit challenging for some to commit to a particular time slot in a timely fashion to be able to notify the AEC.
Sure. No, I think that's fair advice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Tyler. You mentioned that you found that the LNP, the people advocating for the LNP candidate were the most difficult. Do you have issues? You didn't have any issues with people, for example, from other Conservative parties like One Nation or the Trumpet of Patriots? Did they have candidates and representatives there?
Trumpet of Patriots didn't have that, and no, we didn't have any issues with anybody else. No, everybody actually got on really, really well. We were surprised at actually how well everybody got on with, and we could joke around with each other, and we just respected each other. But unfortunately, we just didn't feel that in this instance that was the behaviour of those there representing the LNP.
And was there a person? We're trying to work out how we can, facilitate so everyone feels safe and welcome and enjoys the engagement in the political process if they're volunteering for a party or for an independent or whoever. Was there an obvious leader for the LNP candidate, someone who was there as the obvious head of the campaign that you could talk to or appeal to when you were having
There
issues?
definitely was a team captain, but tarred with the same brush, basically. They just didn't engage. Like, we would try to say hello to them as we did to everybody else, and they would just ignore us, like as if we weren't there. Right. It was quite bizarre, really.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And just one other question. I think we're already concerned to hear about the lady who had a fall and had an injury, and the AEC wasn't able to support her appropriately. Was the issue that the AEC representative didn't take responsibility for this issue, or that they didn't have capacity to respond and to assist this lady in the car park who had the fall over, or what was the issue there exactly?
So our team captain, some team members attended to the lady in the car park. Our team captain raced into the front door of the booth to notify the AEC captain, and he said that they'd have to wait until he was ready, and they asked could they use the first aid kit, and he said no. Right. So then eventually one of the other volunteers from another group then said, I've got first aid, and had his own first aid kit. So he, I think, challenged the AEC captain and then went ahead and dealt with it himself.
Okay. Thank you very much for that detail. Thanks, Chair.
Any questions, Mr. Newman?
Things like bunting and call flutes and signage. I got the impression, correct me if I'm wrong, that it just escalated. There was more and more, and every day there was more. And is that correct?
It is correct. It was. We were laughing about it really because it was just like, where are they going to put signs today? And there was no spaces left to put signs. You know, at some stages there were one or two signs pulled down and others put in front of them, but when they started building them up, the light poles, because they were the only spaces on the site left, we just were incredulous and laughed about it because we just thought it looks so silly.
And what were the voters who were coming in saying to you about that increasing escalation of signage at the pre?
They were shaking their heads and said, this is ridiculous. A number of them said, this is ridiculous. There's so many signs, we can't even see what the message is, because there's just so many. It was just sign pollution.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Caldwell.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your time, Carmel. And so how many, did you do pre-poll for the whole 2 weeks?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, okay. And I'm sorry to hear about the experience with the toilets. My volunteers have suffered the same kind of exclusion from pre-polling locations in particular, which is quite distressing when you're trying to give up your time. Just in terms of the sheer number of people at these pre-polls, you said there was 17,000, or someone said that.
Yes.
You know, if we just said, okay, let's just say that half of that is an appropriate number of people, or, you know, would that have helped? I mean, what's your sense of the scale and magnitude of the number of voters that came through in a 9-day voting period? Was it just too many voters in one location in terms of that part of it?
Yes, probably, because there were only a small number of pre-polling sites across the electorate, and ours was obviously the largest one. Maybe if there were other sites available during pre-polling, that would have spread the numbers out. And I didn't hear from voters that they had an issue about going to the toilet. It was more we people who were there for hours working as volunteers. And lucky the hotel next door was quite happy for us to come traipsing in and out. Yes.
Yeah, that's good. Just in terms of that feedback, do you think that the LNP or Labor people were getting the same feedback about, oh, we don't like your signage? I mean, the LNP voters who came in and saw their guy and the Labor voters who saw their lady who ultimately won, do you think they were happy to see their signage, and it was maybe just your supporters who were less happy with the signage generally? Is that...
These were people commenting in the line as they're going in to vote, and I have no idea who they supported, who they voted for. These were just general voters before they even went in to vote, who were making comments when they were in the lineup.
Yeah.
Yes, so I have no idea who they were voting for.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Mr. Caldwell. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. I find it interesting because in South Australia we don't tend to have some of these instances where you have a competition for who has the most number of call flutes in the garage to put up on polling day, etc.
Because you're in the same seat, that's why.
Outplay your opponents.
Well, there's no convicts.
We are the Free State, Chair.
No convicts.
But I would like to draw it back to a bit of sense of common sense here.
We're glad, Carmel, you can see that.
It's fine.
You mentioned about too much signage, too many volunteers, at pre-polling locations, and you suggested maybe a maximum of 2 call flutes and 2 volunteers, or a volunteer per candidate. Is there? I'm inclined to think that there needs to be some restrictions on call flute material, and maybe there needs to be a number of volunteers maxed at polling booths. But do you think it would be reasonable to say that if there's more than one entry point to the polling booth, that you need to have more than just maybe 1 or 2? Because if we get too prescriptive in the total number of volunteers allowed at any one location, then you potentially diminish the voter experience sheerly by the lack of ability to engage with anyone from a chosen political party.
I take your point, yes, and at our pre-polling booth there were 2 directions of entry for voters. One was from the footpath on the main road. They had to park across the road in the shopping centre and then walked across and joined the queue there. The other entry was via the rear car park, and then they had to come past us and then join onto that queue at the front of the building. So yes, we had 2 points of entry for voters to then reach the one entry doorway into the polling booth.
Yeah, and just the other thing I wanted to just draw on your experience as a voter, not as a volunteer.
Yes.
So in the previous elections where you'd go into a polling booth, maybe a pre-poll location, what was the polling booths like in 22, 19, going back in time? Was there noticeably less material at the polling booths, or is this a standalone, or is this just something that's synonymous with Queensland politics?
No, there was still, in my past experience, be a larger number than signs than they really needed. It still was fairly cluttered, but certainly not to the same extent that it was this past election. Obviously, it was very unique. It's a unique seat. It was a unique battle, and it was do or die, I think, for some of the candidates. So I think they just went all out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Campbell? Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, Deputy Chair.
Did the signs go up and down every day or night?
To begin with, they did, and then after a few days, the group started leaving their signs up. Mostly, there were some key ones that they pulled down and left others there, but then by the end, they were staying up and being added to every day.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Tiley. Appreciate
Thank you,
your time
Mr.
today.
Chair, for the opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
I now call upon Merrill Bartley. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Merrill Bartley. I'm here in a private capacity. I volunteered for Ellie Smith in the federal campaign.
Thank you, Ms. Bartley. I now invite you to deliver your 5-minute statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you. I volunteered as the booth captain for independent candidate Ellie Smith during pre-poll in Dixon, Peter Dutton's electorate. This booth processed more than 13,000 voters, the second highest volume in the electorate. The layout was cramped with only 2 footpath entry points between garden beds, which made the voter experience quite congested. From the first day, the LNP established an early and dominant presence. They installed large permanent billboards just outside the 6-metre line and set up dozens of call flutes along the road, in car parks and right up the pathways to the centre. Once other candidates arrived and placed their own signage, the space became visually overwhelming. Voters were funnelled through a narrow corridor of volunteers handing out how to vote cards, and many expressed discomfort and frustration. The most common feedback we heard was about visual clutter, waste, excessive volume of material and running the gauntlet. A significant number of voters declined all material, especially younger ones who usually had the information on their phones. Our own campaign was left with a large excess of unused printed material. Some behaviour went beyond signage. The LNP positioned volunteers directly beside the disability parking spaces. Elderly voters often had how to vote cards shoved into their hands before they even got out of the car, and they were then walked past the rest of us giving the impression that no one else had access to give them how to vote material. For several days, a group of young men dressed similarly and acting as a coordinated unit attended in LNP T-shirts. They were highly vocal and approached voters in an overly enthusiastic and sometimes intimidating way. A booth captain from another location reported a similar group there as well. I can't confirm whether they belonged to a particular organisation, but their presence was noteworthy. Throughout the pre-poll period, the LNP maintained at least 6 volunteers on site at all times. Their conduct towards other volunteers was often hostile. Remarks such as, "She's a Green," or "You don't know who's backing her," were directed at voters taking material from us. The treatment of Greens volunteers was worse. The LNP distributed a misleading leaflet misrepresenting Greens policies and implying support from the Independent and Labor candidates. Their booth captain actively promoted this material to voters waiting in long queues. I have a copy if you need it, though I'm sure you've seen it at some stage. Beyond conduct, there were safety concerns. The access from the disability spaces included a raised step with broken curbing. Several voters tripped and one person fell and sustained a cut. AEC staff said that they didn't have a first aid kit and they made no attempt to assist. Volunteers from another party provided support and the voter declined QAS attendance. It raises questions about responsibilities and whether polling places should have designated first aid resources. Similarly, polling locations should be evaluated for suitability. On election day, the school principal at my booth refused volunteers access to toilet facilities, an issue both practical and avoidable. Concerns were also raised regarding mobile voting at aged care facilities. The facilities manager at my aunt's residence reported that residents received no candidate information or how to vote materials. Many residents there are highly engaged and value their voting rights, yet felt disadvantaged due to a lack of accessible information. Based on these experiences, I suggest the following changes. Limit volunteers to 2 per candidate at a time, or 1 per entry point. Limit signage to 3 or 4 corflutes per candidate and ban plastic bunting. Provide a clearly visible table with all candidates' how to vote cards so voters may choose independently. Reduce the pre-poll period to 1 week to avoid voters missing late campaign information. Ensure aged care and supported accommodation polling includes accessible candidate information. Also, the AEC could provide a volunteer conduct guide distributed at booths, clarifying rules around signage, behaviour, boundaries and the authority of AEC staff. And the AEC could partner with schools to strengthen education about our electoral system, especially preferential voting, which so many people did not understand, and improve digital literacy so voters can better distinguish fact from opinion. Overall, these adjustments would help create a fairer, safer and more respectful voting environment, one that upholds not just the mechanics of democracy but the spirit of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartley. I really appreciate your evidence today. I just had a few questions in regards to the conduct guide. It's a theme we've been hearing a lot from evidence. Tell me, when you volunteered for Ms. Smith, did she or her team train you on how to conduct yourself during election day, on what to avoid and what to do?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
We had a code of conduct and we were all made aware of how we behaved reflected on our candidate, and we were all very conscious of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and everyone had to sign that they had read the code of conduct.
Okay. And what would the if you weren't, like, was it made clear to you if you didn't abide by this code that certain actions would be taken, or was it kind of, if you signed it, you just kind of expected to?
That's a good question. We just assumed that we would all do it, I
right.
think.
Yeah,
we just
sure.
thought, we're adults, we'll do it.
Sure. And look, I think that's an assumption we all make until we witness behaviour that falls foul of what we all expect of polling booths. Do you think a similar process administered by the AEC, as you've suggested, where if someone was to volunteer at an election booth, that they would need to sort of read and sign a code of conduct or abide by certain rules, do you think that would help improve behaviour at booths?
Possibly, but then who's going to enforce it? I mean, and who has the resources to enforce it, and what would the penalties be? I mean, yeah, it's a hard one to answer.
It is. Yep, yeah, it is. And so do you think the AEC, if they were well-resourced, would they be best placed to do that? I'll give you some... They do not want to, but who do you feel? Like, do you feel like they're best placed to do it, or would it need to be someone else, or...
Is there a way to make sure that when candidates nominate to run for an election that they have a code of conduct in place? Or, yeah, I'm not sure. And like one of the earlier witnesses said, humans are going to be humans, you know.
Last question. You said you weren't able to identify the grouping of I think in your words, young men. Were they like a third party with non-party material on, or were they wearing the material of a candidate?
They were wearing LNP shirts. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were wearing LNP T-shirts. I have my suspicions about which organisation they came from. Frankly, they look like they came out of a factory. They all look the same.
Yeah. And so just
much the same.
A coordinated,
yes,
I guess, attendance at pre-poll booths. Election day as well, or just pre-poll?
No, just pre-poll.
Okay. Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thanks. How many volunteers did you have on the booth?
We tried to have 4. Didn't very often work out that way because people being volunteers, you can't make them turn up.
Okay.
But we tried to roster 4.
So you think that it should be limited to less than that?
Yes, I do.
And what's the basis of you wanting to limit it to less than that? I mean, you had 4. Was that, I mean, and you had 4 because that's what you could manage, basically. Is that right?
Yes, probably. But once you get down to the practicalities of it at the actual site, there was so little room for people. There were narrow footpaths, 2 entrances to come in, and can you imagine, you know, if it's this wide and someone's standing each side of it thrusting things at you.
Oh, you did mention running the gauntlet, and I understand what you're talking about there, so I do get that. You said most declined material, particularly younger people. What proportion do you think actually took material from the people that were handing out?
That's a very good question. It would be less than half.
Okay.
Probably significantly less than half.
And you think that most younger people had it on their phone? If they wanted something, they had it on their phones?
Yes, and our experience was that the ones that were keen to get it were LNP voters, and that's all they took was an LNP leaflet.
Okay, that's interesting. Your comments about aged care, and that comes from one specific site.
Yes.
It's an important point, though, because making sure senior Australians are not disenfranchised. How do you think you appropriately manage that, given all of the other conversation that you've had around your experience on pre-poll? This is a particular element of that process. How do you think it should be properly managed so that people who, while they're living in a residential aged care facility, as you say quite correctly, they're still quite engaged in what's going on. So how do you think we ensure that they are not disenfranchised as a part of the electoral process, given that's the basis of what we're talking about here today?
perhaps the AEC, when they come out with their mobile booth, could provide how to vote cards for each candidate. I don't know if that's within there, but then they have to appear non-partisan, don't they? So I don't know. Maybe it's up to. In the end, it's up to the candidates to make sure that that information is provided to all the facilities in their electorate, I guess.
So your perspective based on your personal experience would be that in the case of that particular facility, that wasn't available to the residents who were interested and engaged and would have been curious to take up the information if it was there.
Yes, very much.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Mulholland?
No specific questions for me, other than just to say, Ms Bartley, I think your call out around first aid kits at pre-polling booths and the availability of that and training of staff is a really good call out. So I just wanted to make a note of that.
Thank you.
Dr. Ryan?
Thank you, Ms Bartley. Appreciate your submission and your contribution today. Just one practical thing. We only had 2 pre-poll sites in my electorate, but one of them we were also a pre-poll site for 2 adjoining electorates, which sort of added to congestion, but also added to the number of candidates who wanted to have representatives present at the pre-poll site. Was that the case in Dixon at all, or?
At our polling booth, we did have a Senate candidate and another candidate from another electorate people could vote there for those. Yeah.
So would you accept or agree that, just say you were there for an independent candidate, that if we change the rules as you've suggested, that independent candidate could have 2 signs, but you could potentially have 2 signs then for 2 or even 3 candidates from other parties if your pre-poll site is covering more than one electorate, and then potentially signs for Senate candidates as well for the parties, such that the independents, tittle corflutes, might be a little bit overwhelmed by party-related signing, even if there are only 2 signs for each candidate from each party?
Yeah, that's certainly possible. I think there were 7 candidates in Dixon, so there would have been, theoretically, there would have been at least 14. But I think I said 2 volunteers, but 3 or 4 corflutes per candidate, so it's getting even worse, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? It's a bit of a wicked problem.
It's still, yeah.
We've heard from many people from different electorates around these issues with pre-poll and the congestion there and the long waits and the issues related to that. Did you experience any similar issues on polling day, on election day itself, where there's often a much larger number of sites?
No, there were not as many signs. Also, it was a school ground, so it was much more open.
Right.
And there were just a trickle of voters all day. It was just not as... It's very boring, actually.
Yeah, it can get like that. So would you agree with the suggestion that we perhaps should have fewer polling sites on election day but more pre-poll sites in the lead-up?
Yeah, I think so. There really there were only a couple of times where people had to actually queue to go in to vote on election day itself. Mm-hmm. Whereas we had queues for up to an hour at the pre-poll. Mm-hmm. And also, the first week of pre-poll was a lot slower than the second week because everyone thinks, I've got 2 weeks to do this, you know, and put it off and put it off.
Okay. Thank you. Just one last question. You mentioned the group of young men who you said looked very similar to each other and that you suspected that they were from a specific group. Can I just clarify was your suspicion that these young men were representatives of the exclusive brethren?
It's my suspicion, for which I have no evidence, that they were for our brethren.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Newman, no. Ms. Caldwell's not here. Mr. Burnell, Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask, following on from the previous members' questions, in terms of the people that you talked about who you believed to be representing a third party, you used the phrase, they look like they came out of a factory. Can you take us through what were the characteristics that they had that made you feel like they looked like they came out of a factory?
They were in their early 20s, I would say, very clean cut. They all wore, it probably sounds odd, but those long skinny shorts. They all had the LNP t-shirts. They were, all very well groomed. They just, you could hardly tell them apart. You sort of, look, did I see this one before or not? But when you saw them all as a group, you...
And do you know if they arrived together?
I think they did. They sort of suddenly appeared as this group of people came in.
And how did they act?
They were very effusive, very loud in greeting people. It put people off, actually, because it was more like what you would expect to see in the US, with that sort of over-the-top effusiveness and fake friendliness. And
did they seem organised? Like, did they say the same things or ask, like, how did you,
I don't know that they had a particular spiel. It was just that they were sort of very aggressive in getting to people first and giving them their leaflets, their how to votes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank
Bartley.
you.
Joanne Foreman.
Thank you.
I'm not reading that. No one's asking for me. What time are we finishing? 3:30? For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you'll appear before the committee?
Joanne Foreman. My capacity as a private person.
Thank you. I now invite you to deliver your 5-minute statement before we proceed to questions.
No, I don't have a statement.
Okay.
Yep, I've submitted my submission. You've received that?
I didn't have any questions based on your submission. Did anyone else have any questions? Deputy Chair? No?
Thank you. What brings you today? What was it about the election in 2025 specifically that you feel that you'd like to discuss with the committee, or some, top three, I guess, suggestions for how we can make the Australian electoral experience better?
Okay. I did pre-polling for 2 weeks before the election, plus polling day. I've just heard the last lady. My experience was a little bit similar. Polling day petered out about 4 o'clock, but we were open till 6. Hardly anybody was coming through at that point in time. If they were, we were cheering almost. But pre-poll, the polling officer, the officer in charge, he told us that he couldn't close the gates until 6 o'clock under the law or the rules. But our line was already longer than it had ever been in the last few days, and people were actually out on the street. We had to tell them, if you're here, you're probably going to wait 2 hours to get in. That's how long it was at that point in time in those last couple of evenings. Some people turned away to go on Saturday and other people stayed, but it seemed ridiculous that it took that long. And I was at Broadwater Road at Mansfield, at the church there, and the officer told us that they had increased the number of, I don't know what they're called, the people who write out the slips for them, the voting slips. So they were increased across the 2 weeks, but still on those last few days it was terrible waiting time.
So would you agree then that it might be sensible to consider, if we're going to allow people to vote at pre-poll, to have more pre-poll sites and perhaps rationalise the number of sites that we have on election day?
It seems sensible, but then I don't know why people came to pre-poll, because I don't think you had to give a reason by that point in time. I think at other pre-polls you had to give a reason, but not this one. I'm not certain.
I think there's some inconsistency about that. There's a question that's supposed to be asked, but there's been some. A few people have talked to the committee who've told us that they don't believe that the question's been asked where they are. It's not enforced anyway. Any other suggestions for how we can improve the process?
Well, in my submission I did say that I thought that we should only have a couple of candidate representatives per pathway into the booth. Where I was at, we didn't really have an overwhelming amount, but not during the federal election, but during the previous state election, we had people who were third party come in and were a bit obnoxious.
Any group that were particularly obnoxious, or was the obnoxiousness across the board?
No, it was a group called the Coalition of the Working Families, authorised by Alex Scott. And there was a weasel, a man or woman dressed up as a weasel, so big. This was during the state election. And he plodded in with about 8 other men and women dressed in purple shirts with this Coalition of the Working Families. And they came up very close to our candidate, and some of the other volunteers moved away, and I thought, oh, I can't leave her there all by herself, so I moved over next to her, and she said, don't worry, I've had worse, but they were quite loud. They did leave after a while.
One would imagine that in Queensland a weasel costume would be poorly tolerated after a period of time. No?
Pretty hot.
It was pretty hot. I don't know how they did it.
Fine in Tassie.
Yes, very committed.
Senator Mahoney had some questions.
That would have been invasive species in Tassie.
Thank you, Ms. Holman. So you mentioned that you did pre-poll. You were volunteering on pre-polling for a couple of weeks. Were you volunteering for a particular candidate or party?
Yes, the LNP.
Sure. And have you volunteered in previous elections? So you mentioned the state election
I volunteered
with Mr. Weasel. Have you been on previous federal campaigns?
I volunteered for the yes/no referendum at exactly the same place for pre-poll, and the lines weren't anywhere near as long as these, and everyone was really great to work with there, both yes and no side. And I volunteered with the LNP, not at pre-poll, but only on polling day in 2022.
Okay. Have you noticed any difference between campaigning in 2022 to 2025 in your seat? Which seat is yours? Would that be down Bonner, down there?
No, I didn't actually. No. We had a lot of those signs that they put up along the fences. I think maybe there were more third-party signs, but that would be all. Yeah, I didn't. When you wrote here that there were increased aggressive conduct, I thought, really? I had to look it up.
Yeah, we certainly, the committee has been to Victoria and New South Wales and has heard significant reports of that. I joined Mr. Newman out at his booth at Blair here in Queensland and witnessed it for myself, some pretty, both written and verbally and physically. So it sounds like you were at a lovely booth there, Ms. Foreman. You were at the pick of the booths by the sounds of it.
I think so.
And very fortunate because we have seen some pretty bad behaviour. My final question was just around third-party volunteers. So we heard from a previous witness about groups of people showing up, looking like that they were sort of all together from different groups. Did you have that experience on your booth there in Bonner?
No, not for the federal election. No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions? Thank you very much, Ms. Foreman.
Thank you.
Sorry. Mr. Burnell.
Sorry, Ms. Foreman. I just wanted to, on page 2, your recommendation number 4, exclude third-party players from the candidate representative area. So are you calling for the exclusion of anybody that's not directly affiliated with a candidate outside of a certain predetermined zone within a polling booth?
Yes, so in my mind I'm thinking if it's a school, then the candidate's assistants can be in the school grounds, but the third parties need to have to stay outside the school grounds.
So if that wasn't a school, say, I don't know, church grounds or community centre, which is often the case in some areas, can't be within, say, 200 metres of that entry point or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Something easy.
Cheers. Thank
And
you,
I think that would alleviate a lot of the problems associated with asking the AEC to look after the issues, if that was dispersed a bit more.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time today, Ms. Foreman. I now welcome Check Ling. Thank you so much, sir. I'm not sure if you're here when I read this out before, so I'm just going to read it again, just in case. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise participants that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Sir, could you please, for the Hansard record, state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My full name is Jung Jack Ling, but I'm usually only known as Jack Ling.
Thank you.
What's the other bit?
In what capacity you appear? Just in personal?
Personal.
Yeah, thank you.
Personal.
You're now invited to deliver a 5-minute statement before we go to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Until 10 o'clock this morning, I thought that I had written my swan song. But since 10 o'clock, I've been asked to sing it. But I suspect you already read it. So I will just talk to you on 2 or 3 words and let you challenge me on my conclusions, suggestions, and observations. I'm an engineer electrical engineer by training. I did an MBA. That's when I got interested in the Labour Party, because I came across a book called by T.H. Cooley, then reader at the Sydney University in politics. In his book, he claimed that all the major social policies implemented in Australia were done by the Labour government. I was hooked. Anyway, today, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, it is my swan song. I'm 84. All I worry about is the country, the homeland I can bequeath to my grandchildren. At 10 o'clock this morning, I was cleaning the showers in readiness for the invasion of Christmas. So, what have I got to say to you? 3 words. Courage, integrity, and imagination. The courage to look at the elephant in the room that is doing so much damage to our democracy. You can read my justification for saying that in my paper. The courage to question whether the two-party preferred system has outlived its functional capacity. As you know, the last election yielded some unexpected results. For the layman, 1 vote for the ALP is worth 32 votes for the Greens. Now, that is one calculation you can make of the actual results of the election. As I say, I'm an engineer. I also did marketing in MBA. I know figures can lie, but I haven't concocted this figure just for fun. It is enough for you people to take it on board and say, okay, where do we go from here? It's crook. The Greens need 32 votes for every Labour vote cast for a share of the seat in the House of Parliament. That's not cricket under any terms, anybody's countries. The other thing about our politics is duopoly. As I've written, the duopoly can conspire to ram through legislation they like, either for their own purpose or to weed out the tills, these sort of nuisance people, and also the fear of the party in Parliament of offending big money and important people in society, because they, like Alan Jones, might be able to get you some votes, something like that. So you can read all that in my paper. The other thing I want to talk about is integrity. The road elephant is the two-party preferred system. We've got to change it because all the yields of our political behavior comes from that. It is adversarial, it is winning, is everything. Or, Graham Richardson might say, whatever it takes. But what he really meant is whatever you can get away with. If you don't know Graham Morrison's story, he really is a criminal. But we gave him a state funeral. Is that a good example of a political system to bequeath to the younger generation, to the generation of my grandchildren? I doubt it. And imagination, please. The last chair of this committee wrote that proportional representation, it's just too far from what we practice, can't do it. So she would not recommend it. Instead, she threw in the lolly that everybody likes, increase the number of MPs in the Parliament. Of course, that has borne fruit, because it's in the papers now that this is what Senator Don once, Don Farrell once, okay? And of course, you've got people like Andrew Bartlett saying, oh, take it up to 200. That is music to the faction leaders. As a party member, as a Labour Party member of 20 years standing, I know how the faction system works. So that is really all I have to say. Please, please, think of what is good for your grandchildren. And when they come of age, what would they think of what you have done? Have you grappled with the opportunity that's in front of you? Or you are completely weighed down by party politics, needing to sort of think about your next career, next move, or whatever. So I'm sorry I'm not polite, but at 84, being an immigrant, by accident, by the way, I feel that it is my duty to speak the truth to the matter for the sake of my grandchildren. And yet I may be a bit self-indulgent. You may have heard Yo-Yo Ma, the international famous cellist, speaking on American TV. It takes 3 generations for an immigrant to establish their roots in the soil of their adopted country home. My grandchildren, they're doing all right, but I would be so worried about the sort of political system we have, which might get them ended up being sent to a foreign war, just like Bob Menzies did unilaterally, or more or less, to send those people to Vietnam. So, Mr. Chair, members, thank you for the opportunity, and I hope you will consider the courage, the integrity, and the imagination for bringing about proportional representation. Oh, let me just add, in civic duty, the Annabelle Crabb documentary, in civic duty, she went to Denmark, a nation of 6 million people. It looks like they have had proportional representation for many years, if not 100. And my short-term memory is very bad, so I read these things I don't remember, but very long time. But the beautiful image you have of that is maybe it was the Speaker of the House or something like that who was talking to her in Denmark, and that this spokesperson said, oh, Annabelle Crabb showed her on her phone the brokers we have in Parliament. And this person said, oh, in Denmark, this will never happen. He said, the Speaker, when he speaks, everybody goes silent. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ling, and thank you for choosing to sing your song here at the Hotel Grand Chancellor.
I forgot that you were going to.
Yeah, no.
Now comes the fun bit.
Yeah, now comes the fun. I've got your submission here, and you referred to some of it in your evidence just there. I just want to understand point 1, where you've said the ALP won 94 seats with 34.56% of the first votes. The Greens just won 1 seat with 12.2% of the votes. You then go on to say parties are getting less than 40% of votes, but then the Teals burst out on the scene in 2022. I just want to understand, so our electoral system in the lower house, you don't elect people based on national vote. Yet there's always this comparison to the national vote when it comes to commenting on how parties or participants have performed at the election. Like, for example, in my seat, I got a 45% primary.
All right, yeah.
No, so I'm just trying to understand why do you think we should look at a national vote to determine the outcome of an election when our system has never used a national vote to elect members of Parliament before. Why is this given so much weight in your submission, but also by electoral commentators as well? Because by the same measure, independents received between 10 and 12% of the vote, but they've got, so why should these numbers have an impact on our system when they're not used to elect members?
It's a matter of how I don't really quite understand your question, but let me answer you as honestly and best I can. Okay. The number 50 is it good or bad?
50?
Yeah. If it is a passing point, if 51 is good. If it's not a passing point, then it's not good. Okay. As I say, the number I have computed, 32 Green votes is only worth 1 LLP vote, as far as getting the number of MPs into the Parliament is concerned.
But we don't use the national vote to get
That
MPs into
doesn't
Parliament.
matter.
Well, it does. That's how we get people. It's not how we get people elected.
But where I'm talking about democracy, I don't know what you're talking about. Because if we're talking about democracy, one vote, one value, okay, that is the ideal of a canon of democracy. One vote, one value. But we don't have it here. It's staring in your face. The Greens got 12% of the vote and not even and just one seat in Parliament.
That can be, sorry, through the chair.
Yeah.
But wouldn't the argument then be that that's the responsibility of individual parties to put up candidates that the public resonate with and therefore vote for? Because that's what we've seen in seats where we've got independents elected.
Yeah, that is to me that is not a real argument. That is just saying that based on the current system, okay, this is what the minor parties have to do to get in, okay? So you can say that, okay, well, the Tills got in. Yes, the Tills got in, but some of them got this much margin, okay? You look at Adam Bant, he's gone. So the two-party preferred system is very good at preserving the two parties, but no good in terms of flourishing the democracy that we should have. Nobody is going to argue that the Tills are not good quality candidates. They are cut above the average in the Parliament.
Sorry, I just saw the member next to me going.
But you can't use the exception as the rule. Just because the Tills get in does not mean that you can have good candidates that will get in from the Greens or Pauline Hanson or whatever. The truth of the matter is there are many scholars on proportional representation, and if you care to read the submissions from them in the 2022 submission, you will find that very knowledgeable people have written on this and why it is good. At the last assessment by the Proportional Representation Society of Australia, if we had proportional representation according to their model, the Labor Party would have, I think, 59 members, the Liberals would have 60, and the Greens would have 21. Now, that to me accord more with the sentiment of the voting public, because almost only a third of them, 1 in 3 of them vote for the two major parties. Now, do we have the courage, do we have the integrity to look at the real rogue elephant in the room, which is a two-party system, two-party preferred system? It's like two mafia bosses fighting for for their gains. Nothing else matters. Ask Graham Richardson.
So your argument, so I come from Tassie where we have a completely different system, and I think
Sorry, can you say that again? My hearing is very bad.
Okay. I come from Tasmania, where our electoral system is effectively the inverse of what we have at a federal system. So if you're looking at the voting for the Senate, we have effectively a proportional representation system by state.
Can we not talk about the Senate? Because the Senate is quite different. Because it is all the states.
Well, I'm a senator, so I have an interest. And I'm going to talk about it because it is relevant to your debate, to your discussion. So effectively in the Senate, we do have a proportional representation system, and the makeup of the Senate is reflective of that. In Tasmania, where I live, our lower house system is proportional representation at an electorate level. It's the state is still divided up into electorates, and we have 7 members elected from each electorate. The vote required to get elected, I think, is 12.6% or something of that nature, and we have 5 Greens, 13, 14 Liberals, 10 Labor and 5 or 6 independents in the 35-seat parliament. So it is the same. So it is a proportional system, as you talk about. So what you're advocating effectively is that we should flip our system or change our system to how the Senate operates in the lower house. But then what do we do with the upper house? Because that is in a system that is proportionately elected in the way that you're describing.
I understand. I think with proportional representation for the lower house, it is going to be different from the Senate, because the Senate is based on states. So every state has so many members.
Yes.
In the lower house proportional representation, it will be based on the number of voters in each electorate.
Yes.
Okay.
But the principles apply equally. It really comes down to how many people being elected per electorate or per region, and therefore the hurdle that is required to get elected, which is the quota. So, in the Tasmanian Parliament, you need at least 12%. In a partially preferential voting system. It's not a fully preferential voting system anymore, but it is effectively the inverse of what we have at a national level. So that's what you're advocating for. That our lower house should be effectively like Tasmania is, which is described as the most democratic process in the country, which I think is. I think I'm on the same page as you.
It is. The Proportional Representation Society of Australia recommends proportional representation, single transferable vote. Now, I'm no expert at all on the subject, but I know enough. Okay. So I agree with you. It will be exactly like how the Tasmanian lower house will work.
And your view is that would be better for democracy in this country?
That would be much better for democracy because people like the Greens will be elected. Because at the moment, I think it is a disgrace that you only got 1 Green in the lower house. 12% of the country voted for the Greens.
Yes, and they've got how many senators?
11.
Oh, they've lost a couple, haven't they? Careless.
Some went to greener pastures.
So to speak.
Just wary of time.
Yes. Okay.
Look, no, that's all good. I'd like to give
I'm okay. But I think I understand where you're coming from.
Thank you.
Ask some questions.
Thank you. One of the issues, I guess, with MMP representation or that sort of system is its complexity, and I think we might have some difficulty socialising it and having it accepted by the Australian population were we to seriously consider changing to MMP as opposed to proportional representation. How would you suggest that sort of education and socialisation could be undertaken?
I'm sure there will be lots of people who can help doing that. The only thing that I can go on, I'm an engineer, I'm looking at the result and the result and what is possible and where are the facility resources. We know New Zealand got it. They've had it, I can't remember, 20, 30 years, something like that. And as you know, we have Tasmania Lower House got it. And we know Denmark got it, you know, the latest. And there's lots, if you read what the Proportional Representation Society of Australia have written, you know how many countries in the world got proportional representation. That we talk about fair go. Bloody hell, what's it a fair go when the Green got 12%, only got one, barely one, you know, sneaked in. And the tills, a lot of the tills are, you know, when the weather changes a bit, they're on the blink. It's the effort they have to put in, the money they have to put in to get elected. It's a disgrace to a democracy. It's a complete disgrace in my view. I'm an engineer, you know. I talk about, you know, buck for your money or whatever, but it is a disgrace. You know, the politicians are now, when they got elected, the next thing is hosting a function for fundraising. You know, what a disgrace, what a cultural disgrace.
Any further questions, members? Yep.
Good to see you, Check. I was going to say thank you very much for coming in. I understand that your argument is that the Greens should have more seats because of the nature of their polling, of the nature of their vote. Sorry, what was the percentage that you said they had?
The 12%. They got 12%.
Yes. And how many seats do you believe that they should have on that basis?
According to the Proportional Representation Society of Australia, and according to their model, which they've been used for many years, the Greens will get 21.
21, okay. So 21% off the basis of 12%. So I take it that you also support One Nation to have a significant number more of those seats because they're currently polling at 17%. Do you believe that One Nation should have, what would that be, about over 30 seats?
I believe that the people's will should be implemented.
Yes. So is your position that One Nation should have 30 seats under the system?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I think my position is that Pauline Hanson's party should have nothing because they're a complete disgrace.
Okay.
And the only reason that they're so good is because we completely mismanaged the economy, mismanaged our social infrastructure, so that you have all these despondent people looking for a savior. And here's my savior. It's a bit like Trump, you know, in America.
Thank you very much, Chick. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chick. Thanks for your time today. We've got one final witness. I now call Pamela Rose. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Pamela Rose. I'm here under a personal capacity, but I did also work at the last election on a campaign.
Excellent. I now invite you to deliver your 5-minute statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to appear. I wish to speak to two very important reforms, an expansion of Parliament and the adoption of fixed terms. Australia has outgrown its current Parliament size. Our population has almost doubled since the early 80s, yet the number of federal representatives has not. MPs and senators are overloaded. It is fair to argue they cannot always do their jobs as well as they should because the capacity and staffing simply are not there, more so for independent and minor parties. If we want a strong democracy, we need a parliament built for the size of its citizens. Expansion is part of that. More members means better scrutiny, stronger committees and more time spent on real parliamentary work rather than juggling impossible workloads. Critics will say politicians don't do a good job and ask why we need more. The reality is that Elected officers cannot meet the demands of on average 120,000 constituents. This change means being able to manage the direct requests from constituents in a more timely manner and properly serve communities. The second reform is fixed terms. This matters because our current system allows election timing to be used strategically to benefit the government of the day. Governments can go early when a poll looks favourable or when the opposition is unprepared. That is not a contest of ideas, that is a contest of timing. It undermines trust in the fairness of our elections and turns it into a game. Australians simply deserve better. It also weakens accountability. When a government can avoid scrutiny by pulling the election trigger early, the public loses the steady, predictable cycle that keeps everyone honest. The uncertainty in our federal cycle has real consequences. As a campaign manager at the last election, I saw firsthand how this plays out. Not knowing how long to rent an office space, hire consultants, organise advertising, or when to plan events makes it difficult and expensive to campaign. With the new caps on donations, it is even more important to not waste money on limbo campaigning. We should want genuine competition for seats because we want the best representatives serving Australians. Using election timing to make it harder for the competition is not in the public interest, and governments should not wield that power. This impact reaches everyday Australians too. Public servants, electorate staff and AEC staff operate in a constant state of readiness. Many cannot plan holidays, family events, and work-life balance is left in chaos. Some hesitate to sign contracts and have little confidence in how long the job they hold will last because the political timetable might shift overnight. Even schools feel it. Principals delay planning events because they are often used for election day, and P&C groups cannot confidently organise in advance so much as a sausage sizzle or fundraiser because they cannot plan ahead. Communities are thrown into uncertainty for purely political reasons. Voters also endure long election run-ups because the timeline is never clear. Then you have big business, with projects being put on ice because they want certainty that a change in government would not be the death of a project. These reforms are not cosmetic. They are courageous and they will be judged by history-making. Expanding Parliament lifts capacity of service. Fixed terms remove the strategic gaming that benefits the government of the day. Together we can create a more predictable and fair democratic system for the next generation. Ultimately, our democratic priorities should be greater capacity for voter representation and a contest of ideas, not a contest of timing. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela, for your considered evidence today, and I appreciate you waiting to the end of the day. I've seen you in the gallery there for a while. Just on expansion of Parliament, this has sort of been done at a scale that's being proposed by many witnesses and by many submissions only twice before. And my understanding is that it didn't have bipartisan support, at the very least at the last time in 1983. Do you feel in 2025 something like this would need bipartisan support for it to go through, or do you feel like the reasons which you've given us there are strong enough for it to go without bipartisan support?
I think bipartisan support's incredibly important, and I would hope that it would. And I would challenge that. Unfortunately, we see that, typically it's the LNP or the no-alition, as they're often called, will just say be against whatever the ALP is wanting to do, and I think that's. I think Australians deserve better. It shouldn't be, about trying to show up the other party. It should be about what's best for the country. To your other point, as far as the timing, we've got a vastly different population than what we did then. And I think we have to recognise that just how large electorates are. I know that I've been to my local electorate to see my MP, and I know how long it takes to get to see her and the workload they have. I would like to be able to feel confident that I can actually go to my local MP and raise an issue and it would be addressed in a timely manner. So as a private citizen, I want this so that I can be better represented and supported, especially as, I have a son that uses the NDIS, so I've had to go to my MP in the past.
And you mentioned capacity service. In your eyes, is that the biggest benefit for Australians, is that if there are more MPs, access to their MP is what's most valuable to voters? Like, do you think, is that it?
Yeah, I think it's definitely is access for the individual voter, but it also, I think, would open up some more diversity in the representation by default.
And interestingly, the National Party supported the last expansion of Parliament, so it was Labor, the Nationals and others, so interesting. Deputy Chair?
Thanks, Chair. In terms of your perspective on expansion, what do you see as the basis for where it might go to? Is there a preferred number of electors or a best-in-class number of electors that might apply to where the Parliament should land, in your view?
I do think that 100,000 should be the top limit for the number of constituents per MP, and that seems to be, you know, a feeling when I've had conversations with other people about that they all feel that that's a reasonable number. I do know in the past it was 70,000, I think in the 80s, and you know, it would be good to have it a little bit under that 100,000, and it might be with a redistribution that some electorates do sort of fall into a range, but I think the upper limit should be 100,000.
Okay. In terms of your perspective on fixed terms, what about the other elements of the democratic process that a legislated fixed term would remove in terms of the supremacy of the Parliament over the executive? How do you see those elements should be managed if we were to, by legislating for fixed terms, remove the capacity of the Parliament, and I'm differentiating between that and the government as the executive, in respect of its decision-making, and the very specific elements that are in the Constitution that are designed to manage the democratic process, which is what we're all about here as a part of our work?
I'm not sure I fully understand your question.
Okay. Well, so there's some elements in respect of deadlocks between the House and the Senate, for example.
Are you talking like double dissolutions or being able to
potentially,
call it
but also, and well, we're 50 years on from 1975, but there are issues around supply, and we can have an argument one way or the other about the rights or wrongs of that, and I'm trying to put that aside. I'm not wanting to, but there are mechanisms within the way our Parliament and our democracy works that gives primacy to the Parliament.
Yeah.
And for me, that's the important part of the democratic process. Governments or parties may not like it one way or the other, but that's the way the system works.
Yeah.
So how do we defend those important elements of our democratic process if we're moving to another system that removes the opportunity for those things to work and the effects of those things in essence?
I think that if an election's to be called early, it should only be for very good reason. I don't think it should be used the way it's typically used now as a advantage to the city government. And so if there is an issue where there's deadlocks or there's other issues where the government isn't able to properly represent, then of course there needs to be some sort of...
Yeah. Sorry. So I'll go to my home state, where recently, 14 months after an election, there's a motion of no confidence passed on the floor of the House in the government, well, in the Premier, but ergo the government, effectively. So if you're in a fixed 4-year term situation, no one else was prepared to take up the Treasury benches and they were given the opportunity, where do you go from there if you're in the situation of a fixed term? So how do you manage those sorts of elements, which, as we've just seen in Tasmania, are not completely outside the realm of things?
I think, obviously, you need to build exceptions into a fixed term, but I think the fixed term should be the goal, and that there should be limited reason to call it early. And, you know, I think that it's important to leave that to to political experts of exactly how to design that.
So we're undertaking a review of the electoral process and our electoral system. That's why we're asking these questions, because at the end of the day, those that legislated are sitting along this bench.
And those finer details.
And we'll recommend that to our people.
Those finer details, I don't pretend to have the answers for those. I'm talking more broadly as far as the fact that...
The view that you bring to this
process. That it's important to have a fixed term, and that, yes, it is important that there are exceptions, but at the moment it's more strategic than about exceptions. It's more about, you know, when is it politically advantageous, and that's what I hold an issue to.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Senator Mulholland, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Hi, Ms Rose, how are you? Thanks for joining us. So you mentioned that you have been involved in the campaign in the 2025 election. May I ask what campaign you're involved in?
Yes, the Ellie Smith campaign in Dixon.
Okay. And we've heard from a couple of other volunteers involved in that campaign about what they witnessed on some of the pre-polling booths, and just to call out a couple of things was, you know, significant volumes of campaign volunteers, some acting quite, you know, intensely, proliferation of signs, and then sort of upshoots of groups of young men who sort of all looked like they'd come from a factory conveyor belt, cookie cutter or a conveyor belt or something. Can I ask you if you have any of your own observations on those themes as well?
Yeah. So I did attend. I actually went to every single booth multiple times, and I did see terrible behaviour, predominantly, well, actually only by the LNP. You know, we'd have a volunteer that would be handing out and talking to a voter, and they would just sort of yell in front of them and say, "Oh no, don't listen to them," they're, you know, and make claims that were not true. And so I think that was incredibly disappointing. And so I agree that I think there needs to be a limit to the number of candidate staff or volunteers that can be on the booths. The other thing that I think could make a dramatic difference, that while that wasn't in my 5-minute speech, is that to only allow volunteers that live in the electorate. That would prevent the shipping in of people that are not...
Did you experience that in Dixon, shipping in of people, or what you anticipated?
I can only speculate that may have happened, but I don't have any... Well, actually, I did know of... There was, before the campaign, when there was some road siding, I do know that the young LNP was brought in to do some work in Dixon, and, you know, that's a completely different sort of scenario. But I think that if we were to have ID and we were to register volunteers at the booths, then making that a requirement would even the playing field across all electorates and, you know, be representative of the community.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Ryan?
Thank you. It's an interesting idea, suggesting that you can only appear to support a candidate if you live in the electorate. It might, have you considered the fact that it might actually be in contravention of the constitutional right for political expression? I suspect you might find that people would challenge that concept.
Yeah, look, it's just a suggestion,
Sure.
And, you know, the suggestion is made in good faith that trying to solve an issue of what we saw on election day, which was I think when we look at, Errol mentioned about running the gauntlet, and we look at elderly people, people with disabilities, we had some people that actually brought a caregiver with them that were neurodivergent, were just, this is freaking them out. I think that it's important to protect people, and that's just one suggestion of how.
Sure. This is an observation. I just want to ask what your thoughts are about it. I think every city that we've been to thus far, maybe some exception, well, maybe one exception, the majority of the people, the citizens, have come to give us feedback on community engagement, or the experiences of the community have been from independent candidates. Do you think that's because, why do you think that might be?
I think that might be because we're politically engaged and we're motivated to see something different. And so, I think it's more about participation and how we've been able to see with campaigns like yours that, independents can be successful.
Do you think that some of the experiences that people have described at polling booths in Australia in 2025 would have dissuaded some people from coming back and volunteering again for the future elections?
Absolutely. I'm positive that just in our base of volunteers that many would not come back again. I counselled many volunteers that were quite distressed, and that was part of my role of visiting all of the different electorates, was to check on the well-being of the volunteers and try and pep them up, and because it was very brutal. I did hear a quote that was used in the Groom campaign every time a volunteer was handing out for Susie Holt. They would say, she's a teal, I'm the real deal, to every single person. And I don't think that's fair to the volunteers. I don't think that's fair to the general public. We need a better standard.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. Mr. Newman.
You said you were across a number of different electorates. Were you the campaign manager in Dixon?
I was for Dixon. I just know of, because, as campaign managers on independent campaigns, many of us spoke to each other, and so I'm across what happened in Groom, for example.
Now, I've been campaign manager, campaign director for the Labor Party in across the Ipswich region and around, a number of different, at local and state and federal level before. In that role, you tend to engage a lot with the local returning officer and the local, you'll speak to the person in charge of the booth and the AEC. You'll go in there and talk to them. I used to do that all the time. You did that? Did you engage with the local AEC people regularly?
I personally did not so much, because I had quite a delegated team, and so I had a volunteer coordinator and I had another person that was working as a booth supervisor that sort of helped to do that role.
So you did personally engage with the AEC?
I did not.
One of your responsibilities, I know, in a political party, for the Labor Party, is that you look after the safety and security of your workers who work in the booth, and ultimately we take it back to our higher in the party. But ultimately on the ground you take a real sense of, I can't think of a better word, almost pastoral, role that you talked about, counselling. That's what your role is. Did you safety and security? How do you think we could improve them in the polling booths? You said you went to all these different polling booths. How can we improve them?
Well, I think it is setting a standard across all of the candidates that are on the ballot. So limiting the number of volunteers so that it's all the same across all of the candidates. Not having that visual clutter where, like I know at the Bunya site, it was actually just ridiculous. It was almost comical, the amount of signage. So I think setting standards so that it evens the playing field.
Now, we had evidence from at a pre-poll, I think at least one pre-poll in Dixon, but were there issues in relation to toilet availability, ablutions availability across Dixon?
Well, I do know about it did happen in a couple, but yeah, I know that the biggest issue was having to change shirts, put a shirt over the top or that sort of thing.
But when you say you know of issues, were they
well,
prevented?
I know, as like with Carmel spoke earlier, yeah.
Were they prevented? People were prevented from using the toilets?
Yes, as Carmel mentioned.
Is that at the request of the AEC?
As far as I'm aware.
Okay, it wasn't just at that one pre-poll, or was it a number of pre-polls?
I'm relying on memory,
Okay.
and I'm not 100%
That's all right.
if...
That's fine. That's okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. New. Mr. Burnell? No, good. Ms. Campbell is gone. Great. Thank you very much for your time today. I appreciate it. That's it, everyone. I declare this hearing closed.